LoveLore Library. Chapter 121. Oh, as this inexplicably powerful energy surged into his meridians, Duo couldn't help but let out a strange sound. It wasn't his fault. It was simply too comfortable. No one would be able to resist it. His entire body was simply. The only analogy he could think of was, perhaps, the feeling of suddenly entering a warm pool of water when he was extremely tired was 100 times better. Duo's cadence made that person moan for a minute. All the pores on his body opened up. Every cell in his body was dancing, and it was an explosive break dance. At this moment, his pupils dilated. Duo muttered to himself, his eyes blurred. Duo checked again and again, confirming that the energy surging into his meridians was mild and gentle. It could be said that it was the purest spiritual energy and didn't contain any foreign elements. It wasn't just a matter of comfort. The key was cultivating in this state would be at least twice as efficient as cultivating normally. Because this was practically an extra, something that fell from the sky. Awesome. Too awesome. Too awesome. Rolling his eyes, Duo wanted to speed up. Duo held the dragon blood flying dagger in his left hand and 2 mid-grade jade of astral souls in his right hand. Using this as a support mode, he circulated the Flaming Sun Sutra. The effect was actually 3 times better than the Flaming Sun Sutra alone. Yes, 1 layer of the dragon blood flying dagger, 1 layer of the jade of astral souls, and the absorption of the Flaming Sun Sutra itself. The extreme comfort he had just experienced came once again. It was too awesome. It would be even better if it was faster. Excited, Duo held the dragon blood flying dagger in his left hand and the mid-grade jade of astral souls in his right hand. With 2 mid-grade jade of astral souls above his head, 2 mid-grade jade of astral souls in his dantian, and 4 mid-grade jade of astral souls below his butt, he began to cultivate. Damn it, why is it still 3 times? Master Duo was somewhat dissatisfied. I added so many jade of astral souls, the efficiency should have increased. Why isn't it 5 times? 6 times? 10 times? This was simply swindling people's money and going too far. Duo angrily climbed onto the bed and lay down. His hands were spread out horizontally, with the flying dagger in his left hand and the jade of astral souls in his right. He slept while circulating the Flaming Sun Sutra. Duo learned this from Li Zhongming. The improvement in one's sleep is the purest. The foundation of cultivation lies in the circulation of one's qi and blood. The circulation of qi and blood during cultivation is different from the normal circulation of one's blood vessels. Sleeping time is the greatest consumption of a person's body. If one can maximize the use of sleeping time. Duo felt that Fatty's words made sense. Therefore, he had to give it a try. Moreover, I'm having fun while sleeping. Not stronger than Li Zhongming. Not long after. Snore snore. Duo really fell asleep. It was a deep sleep. Early morning. Feeling refreshed, Duo rushed out of the door excitedly. Today, he was going to report to the legendary martial master class. Not only Duo, but Long Yuxing and the others were also excited. Moreover, they were all assigned to class 19 and were familiar with each other. Naturally, they were even more excited. Well, new martial master students who didn't enter the school according to the normal rules were usually placed in the last class. This was the usual practice. After all, it was rare for someone like Duo to reach the peak of martial master right after becoming a martial master. On the other hand, it was normal for Long Yuxing and the others to successfully break through and reach the beginner stage of martial master. The 6 of them arrived at the entrance of Martial Master Class 19 valiantly and spiritedly. This time, Qin Fangyang didn't come to send them off. Only the 6 of them came together. As far as the eye could see, the classroom door was tightly shut. Recalling what Qin Fangyang said when Zhou Xiaoduo entered the class, Long Yuxing was excited. "I'll do it." "Hey! Wait!" Wan Lixiu didn't have time to stop him. She saw Long Yuxing rushing forward excitedly. He raised his foot and let out a strange cry. Boom! The entire door was kicked open. "Teacher, student Long Yuxing reporting for duty." When the dust settled, they saw Qin Fangyang's gloomy face. The 5 people behind him were speechless. Wan Lixiu couldn't bear to look at him. That day, the old principal said in front of all of us that teacher Qin would be transferred to the martial master class and continue to teach us. We all remembered it, but Long Yuxing actually forgot. When Long Yuxing saw Qin Fangyang, he was immediately dumbfounded. How? Oh no! His mind, which had been muddled by excitement, finally regained its clarity. His whole body trembled as he remembered. Oh my God, I actually forgot about it. Teacher Qin. At this moment, a total of 48 people from the 19th class turned their heads and stared at the audacious brat. He actually dared to be so arrogant. Is this a sign of dissatisfaction with the teacher or a provocation to us? We were having a good class. Yes, the new teacher Qin was indeed sharp. With just a few words, he was able to solve many of our problems. Everyone was intoxicated by his words and the atmosphere was unprecedentedly good. Who would have thought that the classroom door would be kicked open, greatly destroying this beautiful atmosphere? There was actually such an arrogant freshman. It seemed like he needed to be taught a lesson. Everyone looked over. Hee, weren't these the children of the families at the commendation ceremony? No wonder he had such a personality and was so arrogant. It wasn't without reason. Holy shit, he was a genius. He still hadn't vented the anger he had suffered at home these past few days because of you. For a moment, new and old hatred welled up in everyone's hearts. They clenched their fists, ready to take action. Everyone's eyes were filled with an undisguised desire to beat someone up. Cough cough. Qin Fangyang coughed. All 48 people turned their heads to look at Qin Fangyang. Qin Fangyang's face was cold as he said, "The door was kicked open by a few freshmen and the 48 of you are just going to endure it? What are you doing? Why aren't you all attacking together and teaching these bastards a lesson? Beat them to death, as long as you don't really kill them." Ah! Hearing this order, the 48 people were overjoyed. It was as if the heavens had fulfilled their wishes. Teacher Qin was indeed a kind teacher. He understood what they wanted too well. Rumble. The 48 people rushed out like a surging tide and surrounded Zhou Xiaoduo's group of 6. It was like an iron bucket surrounding a mountain, impenetrable. Attack! It was unknown who shouted excitedly, but this person was so excited that his throat was dry. The 48 people attacked at the same time, going all out. However, Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong were even faster than them. Li Chenglong shouted, "This battle is inevitable. Quickly form the cylindrical formation. Defend instead of attack, stabilize the line of defense." As for Zhou Xiaoduo, while Li Chenglong was talking, he had already made his move. He floated up with the star steps and the dragon gate kick appeared and disappeared unpredictably. Seeing that the opponents were outnumbered, Zhou Xiaoduo naturally used his most proficient, most powerful, and most effective attack, dragon gate kick. Kick in the crotch. Puff puff puff. Ouch. Ah. The 3 boys had already rolled out like shrimps, holding their crotches and screaming loudly. All the students, especially the boys, felt a lingering fear. Their pupils shrank, and their attacks actually slowed down a little. The effect was immediate and deeply ingrained in everyone's hearts. All the boys who saw it felt a chill in their crotches, and a wave of reflex spasmed in horror. And with this delay, the cylindrical formation had already been formed. Long Yuxing and the other four had been oppressed by Zhuoxiaoduo's violence, and they had long been unwilling to give up. Under the leadership of Li Chenglong, they formed a set of offensive and defensive strategies, and this cylindrical formation was a small success. The five of them formed a circle, and they only needed to deal with the attacks in front of them, and did not need to worry about attacks from behind. Naturally, their combat power increased dramatically. Of course, such a formation would fall into a passive situation, but in the face of a large number of attackers, its response could be considered to be moderate. Qin Fangyang was so angry that his hair stood up. Zhuoxiaoduo, you bastard. You little punk. Don't kick in the crotch. Why not? Why not? It's too unfair. Although Zhuoxiaoduo's brazen attacks were successful, he had no time to retreat to the cylindrical formation. He was facing the joint attack of 4 or 5 martial arts students. There were boys and girls on the opposite side, and their attacks were like a storm. Zhuoxiaoduo blocked in a flurry, and shouted, "There are so many people here, and you're not allowed to kick my crotch." As he shouted, he tilted his butt, and his legs suddenly exerted force, and coincidentally clamped someone's leg that was about to kick his crotch. "Teacher Qin, look, they kicked my crotch. I have evidence, and I clamped it. It's impolite not to reciprocate. Look, look." Zhuoxiaoduo desperately dealt with the punches and kicks in front of him, but his 2 thighs did not relax. He twisted his butt, desperately blocking the attacks in front of him, and struggled to twist his neck as he shouted at Qin Fangyang. "Look, I clamped it. Look at this is solid evidence. You don't let me kick your crotch, so what if they kick my crotch? Teacher Qin, take a look." However, Qin Fangyang did not seem to see it. Coincidentally, he raised his head, and did not lower it for a long time. Zhuoxiaoduo suddenly felt indignant. It's not fair. It's rigged. This was a blatant shady plot. This referee was obviously invited by the other side. At this moment, his face, head, body, and buttocks had been hit more than a dozen times. However, Zhuoxiaoduo, who had been through thousands of beatings, was used to this kind of attack, and did not care at all. With a loud bang, he punched the guy who was clamping his thigh in the face, and then with a swing of his butt, the guy was immediately thrown out. "Since you're rigged, then Master Zhuo will not be polite. Hit." With no more scruples, Zhuoxiaoduo completely let go of his worries. Star Walk, Star Picking Palm, Dragon Gate Kick, and Star Picking Palm, Dragon Gate Kick, were superb. In just a few moves, he had already knocked down 5 people. Then, he turned around and punched a young student who was attacking Li Chenglong fiercely. Then, he kicked one of the students who were attacking Wan Lixiu. This time, the moment the kick landed, there was a miserable cry that was not inferior to the crotch, "Ouch, nini. However, the kick landed on the back. This result made Zhuoxiaoduo's eyes light up immediately. I seem to have discovered a new skill. In the afternoon, someone despised our subscriptions for being too low, and felt bad for the whole afternoon. Sigh, please subscribe, it's too embarrassing. Today, both of them felt even better, and their mood was infinitely low. Half a chapter in the afternoon, sigh. Chapter 122. At this moment, Zhuoxiaoduo was enlightened. He was enlightened. That's right, the human body has more than one vital point. I was too narrow-minded before. Fine, I won't kick your crotch. I can do it elsewhere too. Master Zhuo was enlightened. He was like a dragon returning to the sea and a tiger returning to the mountains. He was like a dragon, twisting and turning like a phoenix dancing in the 9 heavens. In just an instant, 6 boys covered their buttocks and fell out, wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves. 6 people were injured at the back at the same time. The scene was too beautiful to look at. Qin Fangyang was so angry that the muscles on his face were trembling. You're not allowed to hit. Hit here. Qin Fangyang was furious. Because he couldn't say this position. There were many female students. If he, as a form teacher, shouted that word like a thunderbolt. Unfortunately, there was someone playing dumb. Zhuo Xiaoduo was confused. Where is this? Teacher Qin, please explain. As he spoke, another 2 boys covered their buttocks and cried out as they were kicked out. Bastard! Qin Fangyang was furious. If you do it again, I'll go down. Zhuo Xiaoduo, try it. Zhuo Xiaoduo was stunned. I have to take it easy. It seems like I have to change my strategy. If the referee comes down personally, I'll be finished. Hence, he began to play by the rules. At this moment, Long Yuxing's side had already been thrown to the ground and was being beaten up like a sandbag by a few boys. Yes, the cylindrical formation that Li Chenglong was in charge of was just a prototype, and strictly speaking, this formation was only meant to guard against Zhuo Xiaoduo, and it was the same for the other side as well. In other words, it was guarding against Zhuo Xiaoduo's fast attacks. It defended from all directions and did not need to defend its own back. When facing Zhuo Xiaoduo, the effect was quite good. However, the weakness of this formation was also very obvious. Firstly, it couldn't move and could only defend passively. Secondly, once they encountered a large number of enemies who were not weaker than them in a one-on-one battle, it was too easy for the enemy to break through. And in the current situation, these 2 flaws were exposed at the same time. In just a moment, the cylinder formation was broken by the students of Class 19. Long Yuxing, the instigator of today's unforeseen event, naturally bore the brunt of it. Zhuo Xiaoduo saw him and shouted, Mr. Zhuo is here. They rushed forward like a bear. They rushed forward with irresistible force. Everywhere they passed, people were thrown off their feet and horses were thrown off their feet. Pang, 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 he flipped several people over in succession, grabbed Long Yuxing, and threw him behind himself. Triangle. Long Yuxing followed behind Zhuo Xiaoduo, while Wan Lixiu went to the other corner. Li Zhongming followed behind her, while Yu Moyan went to the other corner with his head lowered. Li Chenglong followed behind him. Although the battle was short, the 6 people were covered in fist and footprints, but the burning light in their eyes never stopped. Li Chenglong spat out a mouthful of saliva. Fuck, so we usually beat us hard, what's the point of it? Wan Lixiu, Li Chenglong, Yu Moyan, and Li Zhongming all agreed. Zhuo Xiaoduo, on the other hand, had a gloomy face. Is this a compliment, insult, or scold me? Damn it. It's obvious that my training has been effective. Why do you guys look like you're complaining now? What's going on? Go! The students of the martial arts masterclass rushed up again, and their attacks were even stronger. Li Chenglong hid behind Yu Moyan, and while he attacked, he kept shouting orders, don't stop moving, the most important thing in the tripartite formation is to rotate. Move your feet as you fight. Rotate the 3 corners. Yes, yes, fuck, ba ba ba. Who threw sand into my mouth? Zhuo Xiaoduo, who was the strongest in terms of overall strength, took on a corner all by himself. Facing the frenzied wave of attacks, he was like a cornerstone. No matter what kind of attack the other party launched, he would directly repel it back, causing the other party to suffer a crushing defeat. Long Yuxing, who was following behind him, almost didn't have a chance to attack. Long Yuxing's movement temporarily stopped at following Suoxiao Duo. He knew that Suoxiao's strong attack was to give him a chance to recover. After all, he was thrown off the ground and was heavily injured, so his combat power was inevitably reduced. Seeing that there was a chance to recover, he hurriedly took out a pill and stuffed it into his mouth. He also took out a jade of astral souls to absorb energy. At this moment, he looked at Suoxiao Duo with eyes full of worship and trust. With Sua in front of him, even if he was surrounded, he could heal in peace, and he didn't have to worry about being disturbed by attacks. No matter what kind of attack, Suoxiao Duo blocked it. This sense of security was not only felt by Long Yuxing, but also by Wanli Xiu, Yu Moyan, Li Changming, and Li Changlong. As Suoxiao Duo continued to rotate and exchange opponents with other enemies, the few of them could feel the pressure on their bodies being greatly reduced. When they saw Suoxiao Duo fight, the silent attacks and fierce attacks made them feel more at ease. This feeling of being protected and having someone to rely on was really good. Although it was just a spar between students, they seemed to have seen the glory of going on missions together in the future, charging into enemy lines together, under the leadership of Suoxiao Duo. Fearless. Even though everyone was constantly being beaten up, Li Zhongming, Wanli Xiu, and the others felt an indescribable joy in their hearts. After a while, Long Yuxing finally recovered more than half of his strength. He stepped forward bravely and took on nearly half of the pressure. After a long roar, he laughed loudly. Swa! Today was worth it. Wanli Xiu, Yu Moyan, and the others laughed at the same time. Swa, today was worth it. Suoxiao Duo was dumbfounded. Fuck, are you guys satisfied with being beaten up? Are you guys having an orgasm? What's worth it? His whole mind was devoted to the battle, and he was constantly helping the others to defend. He was trying his best to solve all the dangers that everyone faced. He really didn't have the mood or spare time to think about other things. Well, the only thing he was thinking about was fuck, we 6 geniuses came to join the class. No matter what, we can't be beaten to death right after we enter the class. No matter what, we have to get through this battle. Even if we die, we have to get through it. As for anything else, he really didn't think of anything else. And all of this was seen by Qin Fangyang, who was standing high above. He was very satisfied that this battle could last until now, at least in Qin Fangyang's opinion. Well, apart from the fuming at the beginning, he was indeed very satisfied. What he was satisfied with was not that Suoxiao Duo and the others could hold on for so long. It even seemed that there was hope for victory. It was that Suoxiao Duo showed the temperament of a leader who shouldered the burden alone. This was what Qin Fangyang was most satisfied with and gratified about. Qin Fangyang knew very well that Suoxiao Duo wasn't thinking about anything at this moment. Otherwise, how could his eyes be so clear and sharp? But because Suoxiao Duo wasn't thinking about anything and didn't have any thoughts, it gave Wanli Xiu and the others an indescribable sense of security. This feeling was so strong that even Qin Fangyang, who was watching the battle, felt it. And today was the first time they felt such a sense of security. And this feeling left a deep imprint in the hearts of the 5 of them. They couldn't forget it for the rest of their lives. And Qin Fangyang was even more gratified because from today onwards, this small team of 6 finally had a core, a real core. A core that everyone was convinced of. This was the most precious recognition that couldn't be bought with money. Previously, Long Yuxing and the others called Sua because Suoxiao Duo was the oldest and the strongest. This had nothing to do with respect, recognition, and trust. But from today onwards, they had everything. Respect, recognition, trust, and peace of mind. The most important things of a team were all present in this battle where Long Yuxing kicked open the door. Qin Fangyang watched with a smile on his face. His heart was at ease. He raised his head and looked into the distance. He couldn't help but think that if such a team was strong enough to go to the Sun-Moon Pass, what kind of sensational result would it cause? The battle continued and became more and more desperate. This battle. Qin Fangyang didn't stop the battle from beginning to end. The students from both sides continued to fight like crazy. And towards the end, the slogans of both sides changed. Let's see who can still stand in the end. The more they fought, the more desperate the battle became. The confrontation between the students actually created the atmosphere of a bloody battlefield, the momentum of a life-and-death battle. Many teachers heard the deafening battle cries and thought that something big had happened. So, they heard the news and came over. When they came, they saw the head teacher standing calmly at the side and watching the students fight with their lives. They couldn't help but shake their heads and leave. Damn, Qin Fangyang was indeed someone from a big city. He really knew how to play. On the tall building, Yuanyue held a pair of binoculars and watched the battle intently. She knew better than anyone what Qin Fangyang was doing. Exciting. Raising wolves. Since Qin Fangyang didn't stop it, he would wait until one side completely fell. He wanted to choose a wolf king from a wolf pack. The king of a wolf pack must be the fiercest, the strongest, and the most respected. And in this battle, the one who could still stand in the end must be the king. The martial master class already had the qualifications to face the wind and rain. And this battle was the first time this group of little guys faced the wind and rain level of a battle. Even if it was a battle between classmates, there must be victory and defeat, honor and disgrace. The path of a martial artist, starting from the martial master, was no longer just a saying. There were students constantly spitting out blood and twitching all over as they fell. And for those who fell, Qin Fangyang would immediately pull them to the side, not allowing them to fight again. Now, there were already 27 students gathered around Qin Fangyang. Out of the 48 students in class 19, there were still 21 students besieging Zhou Xiaoduo and the other 5. As for the remaining 20 students, many of them had their combat strength greatly reduced and were on the verge of collapse. However, Zhou Xiaoduo's situation wasn't much better. Wanli Xiu, Li Zhongming, Long Yuxing, and the others were all weak and pale. They were barely hanging on and could fall to the ground at any time. Li Chenglong. Zhou Xiaoduo shouted. Here. Take Wanli Xiu's place. Yes. Li Chenglong didn't hesitate and took Wanli Xiu's place. Wanli Xiu and Long Yuxing stood back to back, panting heavily. Zhou Xiaoduo was a little anxious. If this continued, even if he could still stand, the other 5 wouldn't be able to hold on and would definitely be defeated. If that happened, even if he was the only one standing, it would be meaningless. Zhou Xiaoduo roared and the temperature around him suddenly rose. It was as if a big sun had risen in front of everyone. Radiance everywhere. Burning sun. Zhou Xiaoduo clapped his hands and shouted. Chapter 123. Great Flaming Sun. Zhou Xiaoduo roared. An extremely hot wave of air suddenly appeared. The heat wave surged and surged, rolling out. For a moment, the air was distorted by the heat wave. The hair of the few students who were close to them instantly curled up. At this point in the battle, Zhou Xiaoduo didn't have much strength left. If he didn't use the Flaming Sun Sutra, he was afraid that he would lose this battle. Although the Flaming Sun Sutra was extremely lethal and not suitable for students to use in a battle, Zhou Xiaoduo didn't want to lose. After all, he hadn't used his real trump card yet. He hadn't used the hidden weapon technique that he had been practicing for many days. Speaking of hidden weapons, it wasn't that Swiss Xiao Duo didn't want to use it to defeat the enemy, but instead of using hidden weapons, it was better to use the Flaming Sun Sutra. Although Swiss Xiao Duo had been practicing his hidden weapons recently, his cultivation was still shallow. Coupled with the hard jade hidden weapon, its lethality was limited. It would only cause effective damage if it hit the vital points. But the people he was facing now were all his classmates. How could he really kill them? Qin Fangyang wouldn't even need anyone else to tear him apart if he really wanted to blind everyone's eyes. It was better to use the Flaming Sun Sutra. Although he couldn't control this technique freely and his mastery was shallow, it was more than enough to deal with the current situation. As the hot wave of air rose, Li Chenglong's spirit suddenly shook. He felt that the power of his astral souls, which had been exhausted, was starting to surge again. That he roared and was about to fight again. "I'm going to beat you until you're swollen." "Stop!" Qin Fangyang finally called for a stop. He originally wanted to wait for the final result. Whether Swiss Xiao Duo or the students of Class 19 won this battle, it would have a deeper meaning. If the former won, it would allow Swiss Xiao Duo and the others to establish the heart of the strong and benefit immensely. If the latter won, it would encourage them to work harder and understand that there was always someone better than them. But now that Swiss Xiao Duo had used the Flaming Sun Sutra, that familiar wave of heat made him feel a sense of danger. If they were to continue fighting, he didn't know how many of the students in Class 19 would be burned, and it wouldn't be good if there were any injuries. After all, this was a confrontation between students. If he were to suddenly raise the level of the battle and even cause casualties, it would be inconsistent with his original intentions. With a command, both sides stopped fighting. 14 of the people from Class 19 fell to the ground the moment the two sides stopped fighting. They were sweating profusely and gasping for breath. Their faces were deathly pale. 3 of them even fainted on the spot. At the same time, Long Yuxing and Yu Moyan's legs gave way and they were about to sit down. However, Swiss Xiao Duo supported the two of them with one hand each. Wan Lixiu was also exhausted. She collapsed in Long Yuxing's arms. When Long Yuxing fell, she naturally fell as well. Long Yuxing was held by Swiss Xiao Duo, which was equivalent to her being held by him. Swiss Xiao Duo was panting. His face was bruised and swollen. His eyes were dark and there were 7 or 8 big bumps on his head. His clothes were torn to shreds, but he supported Long Yuxing and Wan Lixiu with his left hand and Yu Moyan with his right. Li Chenglong and Li Changming supported each other and stood behind him. He said proudly to Qin Fangyang, "Teacher Qin, we have won this battle." The eyes of the 48 people on the other side flashed with humiliation. But no one said anything to refute. Yes, the 48 people had beaten up 6 people. They were all seniors, real martial masters. They had bullied 6 freshmen. In the end, more than half of them had fallen. On the other hand, the 6 people on the other side were still standing. None of them were missing. The result of this battle was self-evident. No one had the face to argue. The 3 leaders looked at each other and sighed in unison. At the same time, they said, "I admire you. You are indeed a genius who has been praised. You are indeed better than us." Some people who had been kicked in the crotch were resentful. After all, it was too painful. Their faces were ugly. They looked at Swiss Xiao Duo with eyes full of inexplicable anger. Qin Fangyang walked over slowly with a smile on his face and said, "Sit down. Everyone sit down and rest. You just need to listen to me." Swiss Xiao Duo loosened his grip and Long Yuxing and Wan Lixiu fell to the ground with a "pop" sound. Umo Yen turned into a pile of mud without making a sound. Everyone sat down on the ground. Among the 6 people on Swiss Xiao Duo's side, other than Swiss Xiao Duo, Li Chenglong's condition was actually the best. It was probably because of the sun flame Jin Chi that Sua Xiao Duo just used, which had an immediate effect on this guy's recovery. There were 6 people on one side and 48 on the other. Although there was a clear distinction between them, they were all bruised and swollen. Regardless of gender, they were all like this. Qin Fangyang stood in the middle with an amiable expression. This is my first day in charge of the 19th martial master class. The 48 seniors and the 6 freshmen make up all the students in the 19th class. Qin Fangyang said with a gratified tone, as the head teacher of this class, I am sincerely gratified by this confrontation. 54 people tacitly agreed not to make a sound, and listened quietly. Perhaps the strength of our class isn't outstanding in the entire grade. We might even be ranked last. However, children, you are the first class that I have acknowledged on the first day after teaching for so many years. Furthermore, you are a class that I can be proud of on the first day. Hearing this, everyone's spirits were lifted. Which child who could reach the martial master level at Zhao's age wasn't a person with extraordinary talent? There were many flattering words that they heard on a daily basis. It was normal for them to hear 10 times or even 100 times more flattering words. However, when everyone heard Qin Fangyang's words, they couldn't help but puff out their chests and perk up their ears. The recognition of the head teacher was always the thing that the children cared about the most. Do you know why? Qin Fangyang's voice was filled with gratification as he said, there are 48 seniors. There are people who are constantly injured, people who are constantly falling, and people who are constantly withdrawing from the battle. What makes me most gratified is that the students who have fallen will be properly taken care of. They will be allowed to withdraw, recuperate, and then participate in the battle again. This is the first time. This is a comrade. This is cooperation. The second is. Even when facing a strong enemy who is far more powerful than you, from the beginning to the end, not a single one of you was timid. Not a single one of you withdrew. The reason why you retreated was because your physical strength was exhausted, or because you were beaten and had no choice but to withdraw. This is a kind of courage. This is the courage of a martial artist. All of you have it. Regarding this, I am sincerely gratified. As for the third, everyone present, whether it is the seniors of the 19th class or Sua Xiao Duo and the rest of the 6, none of them used a fatal move. This means that no matter how tragic the scene looks, there is always a string in everyone's heart that is stretched taut. That is, the opponent is one of us, one of our classmates. You can't be too heavy-handed. This is where the bottom line is. This is also the most important bottom line as a person. All of you didn't use any means to win. Qin Fangyang sighed softly, this bottom line is easy to say, but it is extremely difficult to do. Children, you may not be the most outstanding students I've ever taught, but you're definitely the students I'm most proud of and gratified to have taught. Good job. This battle was very good. You have courage. You have unity. You have cooperation. You have a bottom line. Children, you are very good. Qin Fangyang clapped his hands lightly. His eyes were filled with praise, encouragement, and true gratification. Don't be afraid if you can't beat them. You can work hard in the future and fight when you can. But if your character is bad, then it will be bad forever. Next is the summary of the battle. Sua Xiao Duo. Yes. Let me emphasize on you. Your habit of using your crotch is not bad. Although I have stopped you and asked you to use it as little as possible in normal sparring, but in the future, when you fight on the battlefield, this habit must still be maintained and carried forward. Qin Fangyang's expression was indifferent. You may not understand why I would praise such a vulgar and even shameless method. The problem is that all of you who still have the strength to move forward may go to the battlefield in the future. And the battlefield is a place where nothing is unscrupulous. There is no benevolence, righteousness, morality, or the rules of Jianghu to speak of. As long as you can knock down the opponent, it is a good move. On the other hand, as long as you are knocked down by the opponent, then in this life, that will be the last time. Once you are knocked down, your life is over. All of you must remember this well. All of our learning and sparring now is for the sake of future actual combat. The few students who were kicked do not have to be resentful or complain. It was just a sparring session, because you were kicked because you were not strong enough and your defense was not enough. You only cared about your hands and feet to hit others. You did not even notice that your door was open. What kind of logic is this? In the world of martial artists, there is only victory and defeat, life and death. Qin Fangyang emphasized, when you are beaten to death by others and others are cheering for victory, no one will care about the resentment of a dead person. I suggest that everyone copy this sentence and read it every day. Today, Sua Xiaoduo is your classmate. He kicked you and you are powerless to resist. He will not continue to kill you. But what about tomorrow? You have met a mortal enemy, and you still expect him to stop? All of the students were deep in thought. Qin Fangyang spoke seriously for a while, then his expression softened, but overall, it is not bad. I am already very satisfied. These last words are just a reminder to everyone. I am a teacher who came from the battlefield. I never see victory or defeat, but life and death. Now, let's all rest, heal, and recover. All of the children were excited. Glory. At the same time, they were also deep in thought. Chapter 124. Although they were all geniuses, who wouldn't like to be praised? Especially when Qin Fangyang's words were sincere. Everyone could tell that every word he said was from the bottom of his heart. As a child, who wouldn't want their teachers and parents to be proud of them? There were also many students who lowered their heads and reflected on themselves. Why would they be so angry after being defeated? If they were beaten to death, would they still have the chance to be angry? The 3 senior students of class 19 stood up and laughed. Sua Xiaoduo, welcome to class 19. The 6 of you are good. Let's fight again in the future. You're not weak either. Look at how you beat me up. Sua Xiaoduo complained in an extremely aggrieved tone, look here, look here. Look at my handsome face, it's only the first time we meet and you've already ruined it. Don't you know how to show some mercy when you see such a handsome guy? Ha 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 ha. There was a burst of laughter. Sua Xiaoduo, let's exchange crotch-kicking techniques in the future. It feels useful. Ha. Yes, I have other techniques. Do you want to learn? What techniques? Are they tough? Tough. Very tough, ha 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 ha. Everyone sat down and chatted. The atmosphere was just as lively. However, after this battle, Sua Xiaoduo and the others stayed behind and naturally integrated into the 19th martial master class. Everything was natural. When the conditions were right, success would follow naturally. Upstairs. Behind the floor-to-ceiling window. Sister Lan said softly, Qin Fangyang's teaching method has changed. Changed? He Yuanyue didn't have any cultivation and didn't hear what Qin Fangyang said. She couldn't help but ask in surprise. Yes. Although Qin Fangyang's teaching quality was very high, he was used to having a cold face and intimidating the students. Now, it's not like that. Sister Lan said, originally, Qin Fangyang's catchphrase was "You are the worst batch I have ever taught." But now, Qin Fangyang is saying that you are the batch that I'm most proud and gratified of. Sister Lan said softly, Miss, Qin Fangyang has changed a lot. He's like a different person. He Yuanyue was silent for a moment before she said, not bad. That's a good teacher. The original Qin Fangyang taught people, students. But now, Qin Fangyang is teaching the human heart. The former is the art, while the latter is the Tao. The difference cannot be measured by the Tao. A teacher can only impart knowledge, but a teacher can ferry souls. Master, master. A teacher for a day is a father for life. This was the origin of the saying. Because your parents gave you your life, but your teacher gave you your soul. Not bad at all. Sui Xiaoduo officially stepped into Martial Arts Masterclass 19. As he scanned the surrounding environment, he couldn't help but feel disappointed. The classroom was still the same, but why? Was there no Astral Souls Jade Array? Where's the Jade of Astral Souls? Sui Xiaoduo looked around in surprise. Qin Fangyang snorted. You should be content with the energy to heal your injuries. Since you're already a martial master, why would you want to enjoy the school's resources for free? From tomorrow onwards, all of you will go out and complete missions to exchange for cultivation resources. You're a martial master now. You're not a baby anymore. Reaping without sowing is a thing of the past. Qin Fangyang's words made all the students burst into laughter. Then, they started to heal their injuries. Qin Fangyang walked over with a stack of documents. The 6 of you, one for each of you. Hurry up and sign it. Everyone else has already signed it. What's this? Disclaimer. What does this mean? Sui Xiaoduo was a little confused by the documents that came out of nowhere. Going out to train, completing missions, and even exchanging for cultivation resources is risky, Qin Fangyang said. Qin Fangyang said, it's normal to be attacked while completing a mission or in the process of obtaining something. For example, being attacked by star beasts, other martial artists, or even the Wizard Alliance forces. You might lose your life in all of them. The path of a martial artist is one of life and death. Starting from a martial master, this sentence is starting to live up to its name. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, you can choose whether to sign it or not. If you sign it, even if you encounter an accident or die outside, the school won't be responsible. Qin Fangyang spoke very seriously, and every word was exceptionally clear. If you sign this disclaimer, you'll officially enter the world of martial artists. A world where the weak are prey to the strong and the weak are eliminated. If you don't sign it, you can leave now to avoid this layer of risk. From now on, you won't be involved in the path of martial arts anymore. You can be a stable and ordinary person. You can live longer than ordinary people. After all, you're still a martial master. The 48 martial master students looked at the 6 newcomers with great interest. The strength of these 6 guys was really good. 48 people on their side had surrounded them, but they still hadn't been defeated. They just didn't know if they dared to sign this disclaimer of death. Every year, at this juncture, there would be students who chose to quit. Qin Fangyang looked at the 6 of them silently and said, "This is the first obstacle on the road to becoming a martial master. It's also the first time you face life and death. Now, you can begin to choose." After saying that, he silently distributed the documents. One for each person. The school's seal had already been pinned on it, and it was extremely eye-catching. At this moment, the 6 people's reactions were different. Long Yuxing, Wanli Xiuyu, and Moyin didn't even think about it and signed it. Li Zhongming carefully read through it, and then solemnly signed his name. Li Chenglong was also reading it very seriously. After reading it, he said to Qin Fangyang, "Teacher Qin, I suggest that we add a few additional clauses to this document. There are loopholes that can be exploited if we stop here." Sui Xiaoduo read it even more seriously than Li Chenglong. He read every clause word by word and thought it over again. Then he asked, "Teacher Qin, approximately how many students die because of this every year?" Qin Fangyang said, approximately how many? 100 or so is always possible. In other words, of the 1,000 or so martial masters who go out every year, an average of 100 or so people die. That's about 1 in 10 people who die in the middle of the road. Sua Xiaoduo sucked in a breath. So many. A ratio of 1 in 10. Qin Fangyang looked at him quietly and said, this ratio of casualties is indeed very high. So, you have to seriously consider it. Sua Xiaoduo seemed to seriously consider it for a moment. Then he said, can I do something else before signing this document? Qin Fangyang said, oh. What are you going to do? I'm going to buy insurance. Sua Xiaoduo said seriously, there's no guarantee if I sign the disclaimer directly. I think it's necessary to buy an insurance policy. Even if I'm unlucky and die, if the school doesn't pay, the insurance company will, right? No matter how much the compensation is in the end, it's still a sum of money. Sua Xiaoduo counted with his fingers. If I buy insurance, it's 50 times. The veins on Qin Fangyang's forehead began to throb again. He realized that he could no longer control his temper when facing Sua Xiaoduo. This miser, he even wants to calculate this money. That's the money of the dead. Even if it's your own money, it's still the money of the dead. Sign it. Qin Fangyang panted heavily. I still want to buy insurance first. This thing doesn't conflict with buying insurance. Sign it. If you don't sign it, I'll beat you up. I'll sign it. How could I forget that I already have insurance? Sua Xiaoduo jumped in fright and quickly signed. Holding the pen, he still wanted to continue and said, I still have to write a few more words. Why do you have to write more? Why are you so nosy? Sua Xiaoduo pulled the pen over and wrote a line of words seriously. I have insurance with XX Insurance Company. The insured is. The insured amount is. Then he circled it in parentheses. Satisfied, he said, it's done. I'm done signing it. Looking at this unique disclaimer, Qin Fangyang was speechless. His eyebrows twitched, and he had the impulse to throw himself into the wind. What kind of a miser was this? He even calculated the money he earned by risking his life. If he really died, what was the use of the money? After Sua Xiaoduo signed the disclaimer, he stood up and faced the class. He said earnestly, students, do you see this? The path of a martial artist is full of thorns and death at every step. You even have to sign a disclaimer when you go to school. Your future is really unpredictable, and your luck is unknown. However, you are destined to be luckier than the previous students because you have me as your classmate who knows fortune-telling and physiognomy. Cheer and jump for joy. Students, before you go on a mission in the future, you must come to me for fortune-telling. If there is any disaster or life-threatening danger, as long as you have my guidance, you will definitely be able to turn misfortunes into blessings. There are precedents for this. Everyone, a fortune-telling is not much. It's only 1,000 yuan. 1,000 yuan to buy your own life. Isn't that a good deal? Qin Fangyang was furious. He said sternly, Sua Xiaoduo. Sit down. Yes. Sua Xiaoduo sat down and said, students, please think about it carefully. This is a matter of life and death. I believe that when you signed the disclaimer, you didn't buy insurance. Qin Fangyang was furious. You're still talking. You just asked me to sit down. You didn't ask me to keep quiet. Sua Xiaoduo said innocently, I'm such a good and obedient student. Come out. Good and obedient students wa. I'm not going out. Qin Fangyang did not say anything else. With a dark face, he carried Sua Xiaoduo out like he was carrying a chick. Immediately, there was a fierce sound of punching and kicking outside. The scene of punches hitting flesh could be imagined. The older students of class 19 kept quiet out of fear. On the other hand, Long Yuxing and the others were beaming with joy. Their faces were so hot that they looked like they were about to ascend to heaven. Your boss is being beaten up. Why are you so happy? One of the taller students was puzzled. When they were fighting just now, the other party was clearly a group that was enviably united. Why was it like this now? Chapter 125. Long Yuxing chuckled. You don't know how badly we've been beaten up by him every day. But him being beaten up by Mr. Qin is the happiest thing we've seen in a day. The other four nodded repeatedly, nodding their heads vigorously. They said from the bottom of their hearts, yeah, we're so happy to see Zhuo get beaten up. The older students of class 19 were speechless. Zhuo Xiaoduo was dragged back with a bruised face. His whole body was swollen, and he was no longer handsome. Let's take a 10-minute break, then we'll practice on the field, Qin Fangyang said. The whole class looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo sympathetically. He wouldn't be able to recover in 10 minutes. Teacher Qin's gaze was clearly meant to mess with this guy. Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't dare to slack off. He closed his eyes and started to heal himself. He was racing against time. It was too miserable. The whole class looked at him sympathetically. Following that, the whole class practiced together. Everyone watched as this guy with a swollen body led his underlings all the way up, from the last few places, all the way to the top 6. There were only 2 words to describe it, unstoppable and invincible. After there were no more opponents, the 6 of them started to fight among themselves. The 6 of them were divided into 3 pairs. They fought until the sky darkened. Their faces were swollen and they were limping. Zhuo Xiaoduo, with panda eyes, took the first place. Long Yuxing took second place with a slight advantage. Yu Moyin and Wanli Xiu tied for third place. Li Zhongming didn't take fifth place. He was replaced by Li Chenglong. During the fight, Li Chenglong suddenly used a strange punch that had never been seen before. Li Zhongming had never seen it before. He was stunned and lost. This time, Li Zhongming was at the bottom. He was so angry that his lungs were swollen. Just you wait. Li Chenglong was immersed in the joy of killing Li Zhongming. He said smugly, just you wait. Ha ha ha, next, we'll focus on Yu Moyin. Who will care about you? Hee hee. Umo Yen rolled his eyes, pretending not to care, but he was nervous. He had to work hard in his cultivation for the next few days. If he got hit by swollen, it would be embarrassing. Li Chongming was a good example of this. Since he had to complete missions to exchange for cultivation resources, there would definitely be an exchange table. Zhuo Xiaoduo and the other 5 held a reward list and studied it for an entire afternoon. What Zhuo Xiaoduo valued the most was the gravity room. The gravity of the gravity chamber starts at 5 times the normal gravity. The usage requirement is 100 mid-grade astral souls jades or 10 contribution points. It can be used for 1 hour. The price of using the 10x gravity room was 1,000 pieces of astral souls jade or 50 contribution points. The highest level of gravity in the gravity machine was 50 times. There was no higher level. Other than that, he had also established other things such as the Astral Souls Jade, Soul Returning Liquid, Astral Souls Pill, Body Tempering Pill, Meridian Expansion Pill, and so on. Zhuo Xiaoduo did not pay much attention to it. The only thing he valued was the gravity machine. However, 100 mid-grade Astral Souls Jades were required to use the 10x gravity room for 1 hour. This price was simply killing people. The school's rules were very targeted. It basically eliminated the possibility of using the astral soul's jade to use the gravity machine for a long period of time. Of course, if your family was really rich and did not care, you could spend 100, 1,000, or 10,000 yuan to use the gravity machine for a long period of time. In short, all the resources obtained in the endless wasteland, including the stone of astral souls and all kinds of natural treasures, could be brought back to complete missions and exchanged for contribution points. As for the precious items that could be exchanged with contribution points, it included the Realm Breaker Pill. The Realm Breaker Pill could allow a cultivator who had reached the peak of the innate stage to break through the bottleneck and reach a higher level. It was extremely precious. And a single breakthrough pill would cost a whopping 2,000 contribution points. In addition to exchanging resources, one could also obtain contribution points by assisting the governor's office in capturing fugitives and fighting against the Umno Alliance's spies. However, this method required the official seal of the governor's office as proof. You can really exchange for anything. Sua Xiao Duo had an idea in his mind. The so-called exchange was not specified in any particular way. Generally speaking, one would return to the Academic Affairs Office after obtaining something, and then the Academic Affairs Office would convert it into contribution points. This exchange model is quite simple and clear. It's clear at a glance. However, the choice of weapon for the martial master level is a big problem. Teacher Qin, what about our weapons? We can't go out to fight without a weapon, right? And we haven't reached the level where we can use weapons yet. How can we deal with this? Idiot! Qin Fangyang said angrily, who forbade you from using weapons? You are just not sure about your natal weapon yet. Do you understand? Natal weapon. Now, of course you can use it. You can use anything you want. It's also during this process that you can confirm which weapon suits you best, and then choose your natal weapon. That natal weapon has to be compatible with your own blood essence, life, and soul. Do you think it's something that can be casually obtained? You don't even know this. Could it be that you're really planning to fight the Star Beast with your bare hands? Sua Xiao Duo, I'm very suspicious of your brain circuit. Is it really different from the rest? Are you a genius? Are you born stupid? The whole class burst into laughter. Sua Xiao Duo was speechless. Damn it, you should have said so earlier. I really thought I couldn't prepare anything. It's fine if Teacher Qin didn't tell me, but why didn't Nian Mao tell me? She has embarrassed me so much. In the afternoon. When Sua Xiao Duo went to He Yuanyue's office again, he was even calmer. Sister Lan was a little surprised by his great improvement in the use of hidden weapons. It was said that a scholar who had been away for 3 days should be looked at with new eyes. How could this kid have improved so much in just one night? It was as if 3 years had passed since they last met. The angle of the hidden weapon was more tricky, and the attack power of the hidden weapon was more powerful. Its accuracy and speed had also improved by leaps and bounds. It was almost twice as fast as before. He Yuanyue and Qin Fangyang, who were watching from the side, were both surprised. Qin Fangyang's heart skipped a beat. He said, "Old principal, do you think this kid?" He Yuanyue nodded and looked at Sua Xiao Duo. She said slowly, "This kid must have gone through a battle last night. His hands are stained with blood, and he has developed a murderous aura. That's why. I've made such great progress today, as though I've been enlightened." Yes. Qin Fangyang looked at Sua Xiaoduo's attack. However, although he has a murderous aura, he doesn't have enough murderous aura. Most importantly, his confidence in fighting didn't increase because of this. You're very accurate. He Yuanyue looked at Sua Xiaoduo's attack and said with a smile, "I think this little bastard only took advantage of the battle last night. Or maybe he succeeded in his sneak attack. He didn't face the enemy head-on and lose. That's right. Qin Fangyang laughed. What do you plan to do about tomorrow's training? I don't have any other arrangements. We'll still split into groups according to the usual practice. However, I'll follow them secretly. Lu Jianqing and 10 other people will be with me. Do you have other people? Do you have other arrangements? No. That's not appropriate. He Yuanyue frowned. After the previous incident, the No Alliance will definitely trace the source. Now, Sui Xiaoduo is very likely to be one of the No Alliance's targets. In fact, I've asked Sister Lan to follow him for the past few days. The No Alliance has targeted Sui Xiaoduo more than 10 times. However, Sister Lan has dealt with them all. Going out of the city to train is more than just a few times more dangerous. How can you protect him with so few people? If you were just following Sui Xiaoduo, it would be fine. However, you have to take care of a total of 54 people scattered in different directions. With your strength alone, how can you be absolutely safe? When the time comes, a simple diversion will be enough to lure you away from Sui Xiaoduo. The No Alliance is trying to assassinate Sui Xiaoduo. Qin Fangyang frowned and said, that's right. After all, their conspiracy, to a certain extent, was started by Sui Xiaoduo. Getting rid of him to vent their anger is a reasonable thing to do. Sister Lan can't go out of the city tomorrow. He Yuanyue said, we have other important things to deal with. You have to think of a way to ensure the safety of this training. Qin Fangyang frowned. Let me think. Speaking of which, he felt a little helpless. According to the past training habits of the martial arts master class, at most, they would send a few teachers in the embryonic breathing realm to accompany them, which would be more than enough. The lineup that he had arranged, including himself, Lu Jianqing, and the rest of the 10 people, was already an extremely luxurious lineup. If Lu Jianqing and the rest had not been arranged by Li Chongjiang, they probably would not have gone. However, he would never have thought that such a lineup would not be enough to protect Sui Xiaoduo. Who would have thought that Sui Xiaoduo's trip out of the city to gain experience would lead to such a dangerous variable? Even with a soul transformation stage cultivator, it was still not enough to protect his safety. This was really a strange thing. In the afternoon, He Yuanyue talked about the aura examination technique for a while, then immediately let Sui Xiaoduo go. Sui Xiaoduo, you can use the remaining time to read the faces of the students who will be going out for training tomorrow. He Yuanyue said, remember to remind me if there is anything that needs to be reminded. Okay, old principal, it will be my pleasure. Sui Xiaoduo was really excited at this time. Now that it was an imperial order to read people's faces, who would dare to disobey? Large sums of money were about to enter his pocket. When he returned to class, Qin Fangyang immediately talked about this matter. Tomorrow is the mission. If you have any ideas about this mission, you can look for Sui Xiaoduo to read your faces. Qin Fangyang said humorously, we have such a special resource, it would be a waste not to use it. Sui Xiaoduo hurriedly added, it will definitely not be used for free. Everyone is from the same family, so the fee for reading people's faces will naturally be preferential. I will give you a discount. It will only cost $500 per person. Ha! Chapter 126. Hee hee. Everyone chuckled in response. 500 yuan. You might as well rob someone. However, there were still a few captains who wanted to invite Sui Xiaoduo to take a look. After all, it was a matter of life and death. They had to be careful. No one doubted Sui Xiaoduo's fortune-telling anymore. After all, the old principal had endorsed him. If they doubted him again, they would be beaten to death. 500 yuan. We can't afford it now. A student's face turned green. It's too expensive. She touched her pocket and stuck her fingers out of it. Her 5 fingers were very white and tender. There's no need for 500 yuan. 50 yuan per person is enough. Qin Fangyang directly set the price. He didn't know what this little bastard was thinking. 500 yuan per person. How could he say that? Did he think that everyone's money was scraped from the sky? The truth was just as Qin Fangyang thought. They really couldn't afford it. Don't forget that after advancing to the martial arts master class, they would no longer focus on closed-door training. At least half of their time would be spent outside. On average, they would go out once every 2 or 3 days. The most conservative estimate was that each person would have to look for Zhuo Xiaoduo at least 10 times a month for fortune-telling. 500 yuan each time. How much would that be in a month? Wouldn't the families of these students become paupers? 50 yuan is too little, Teacher Qin. Your bargaining is too harsh. Zhuo Xiaoduo cried out with an aggrieved face. I'm not bargaining with you. I'm setting the price. Qin Fangyang said faintly. If you think the price is negotiable, then come out and we can discuss it. Cough cough cough. 50 yuan it is. 50 yuan is not little. He, Teacher Qin, there's no need to discuss. Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't dare to go out. If he did, he would definitely be beaten up. When it was time to be a coward, Zhuo Xiaoduo was quite sensible. When they heard that the price was suddenly reduced to 50 yuan, the captains who were still undecided walked over. A small team of 6 people could be considered as a whole. They only needed to spend 50 yuan to look at the captain's face. It was basically the same as looking at the other 5 people. It was much easier for 6 people to gather 50 yuan. A total of 8 squad leaders walked over. If the atmosphere was not so serious, Zhuo Xiaoduo would have laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, 400 yuan in one go. Roar. Zhuo Xiaoduo shouted, collect the money. Understood. Wan Lixio answered in a crisp voice. She took out a big bowl and placed it in front of Zhuo Xiaoduo. Zhuo Xiaoduo almost vomited blood. What the hell are you doing? Do you think I'm a blind fortune teller? Amidst the roaring laughter, the first squad leader walked over and placed 50 RMB into a large bowl. Grandmaster Zhuo, please enlighten me. No matter what he thought in his heart, he really didn't dare to offend him directly. Zhuo Xiaoduo's fortune-telling ability was already recognized by the old principal He Yuanyue. It was a great ability. And now, it was really related to the interests and even the safety of his brothers. Naturally, it was not wrong to be cautious. Therefore, he sat upright and still in front of Zhuo Xiaoduo. His body was ramrod straight, and his expression was exceptionally serious. Zhao Zhongjun. Zhuo Xiaoduo glanced at the name and said, your physiognomy is fine. Although it's a little unlucky, it's not life-threatening. At most, you'll be a little injured. It's not a big problem. If you go in the predetermined direction, you'll have a considerable gain. Overall, the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. Well, it should be far more than the disadvantages. Zhao Zhongjun said, Student Xiaoduo, may I ask which direction we should go? Zhuo Xiaoduo turned around and wrote a word on the paper. He rolled it into a ball. Look at this when you've reached the predetermined position in your heart. If the direction written on this is not the direction you intend to go, the divination fee will be returned tenfold. Zhao Zhongjun took the paper and carefully put it in his pocket. Thank you. After that, he led his team out of school. Tomorrow, they would not gather at the school again. Instead, they would gather their teams and go out of the city. The second one, Jia Shernan. Xiao Duo looked at Jia Shernan and said, there were no surprises and no danger. The harvest was very good. This trip can be said to be very smooth. The harvest is much more than Zhao Zhongjun and the others. You're really lucky. He also wrote a note. This is the direction you'll go. After you arrive, if there are any mistakes, the same will be returned tenfold. Thank you. The third one, Song Ziheo. Well, you're not too bad. There's not too much danger. No, you're fine, but the vice captain next to you, the one called Zhou Xiaoma, has bad luck on his face. Although it's not life-threatening, it's inevitable that he'll be injured. Pay attention to the injury on his leg. Be careful when you encounter something. Don't push yourself too hard to avoid becoming disabled. Here's your warning note. The rest is the same as above. Okay. Song Ziheo nodded and made up his mind. It seemed that he had to bring more things to treat wounds, such as tourniquets and detachment pills. If Zhou Xiaoma was really injured, there would be no way to treat him. The fourth one. It's okay. This trip was very smooth. It's just that the harvest was a little less. Along the way, Xiao Duo saw the 7th team captain. Suddenly, he was stunned and said, "You're called Shen Tainan." This name. Your face. It's a little wrong. Gather all the members of your team here. Let me see. After a moment, the 6 people gathered together. Xiaoduo's heart beat faster when he saw them. These 6 people were actually covered in the same color of black gas. Bad luck was soaring to the sky, and evil spirits were approaching. This was definitely the sign of a death sentence. That's not right. Although tomorrow's operation is for everyone to do their own thing, there are teachers following them in private. There are also restrictions in their respective areas. Previously, when I saw the 6 teams, all of them were fine. At most, they were at the normal risk level. Why is it that when it comes to their team, they are in such an unlucky situation? No, this was not just bad luck. This was a sign that the entire team was dead. How could this be? You're wrong. Very wrong. Xiao Duo looked at Captain Shen Tainan. This man's eyebrows were unusually thick. The distance between his eyebrows was very small. The 2 thick, dense, and black eyebrows were almost connected together. It was very eye-catching. According to Xiaoduo's observation, this person's character was extremely arrogant. He always made his own decisions. His temper was also irritable. He couldn't be persuaded. What's wrong? What did you see? Why is it so wrong? In the previous battle, Shen Tainan was brave and fierce. He fought against Xiao Duo 3 times. Unfortunately, his skills were not as good as his opponents. In the end, he was almost beaten into a coma by Xiao Duo. Therefore, he was especially displeased with Xiao Duo now. He even wanted to give him 50 yuan to read his fortune. Shen Tainan muttered in his heart, "Is this guy colluding with teacher Qin Fangyang to take the opportunity to earn money? The 6 of you look very bad. I suggest that you give up this mission and rest at home starting tomorrow. Naturally, you'll seek good luck and avoid disaster. If you don't want to give up, the activity area must be within the prescribed range. Don't make your own decisions. Cross the boundary without permission. This way, you can avoid death." Shen Tainan snorted and said, "You are simply spouting nonsense. Every time you open your mouth, you talk about a calamity or a calamity. We are only in the area where martial masters are active. How could there be such great danger? We have also never crossed the boundary. You're simply exaggerating things to scare people. You don't know how to read at all. Give me back my money." He stretched out his hand and took back the 50-star yuan that he had already handed over. He put it into his pocket and snorted. Then, he led the team away. Sua Xiaoduo looked at the backs of the 6 people and sighed softly. He murmured, "It's hard to escape from this fate." Qin Fangyang looked at the back and his face turned serious. He quietly looked at Shen Tianan's back. He wanted to go up and persuade him, but after thinking about it, he didn't say anything. Everyone had their own choices. External forces were not a good thing after all. Having Sua Xiaoduo read his fortune was already an opportunity. If he missed the opportunity and misplaced it, it would mean that he was not fated with the person and had nothing to do with anyone else. Moreover, Qin Fangyang wanted to ask Sua Xiaoduo if he could solve it. The last team. By Bingbing. The leader of this team was a very beautiful girl. She had curved eyebrows, beautiful eyes, fair skin, beautiful hair, and a small nose. She came over with a smile and looked very lively. Your team is fine too. They are safe and sound. They have gained a lot. Sua Xiaoduo wrote a note as usual. This team has gained the most. No need. I believe you. Bai Bingbing looked at Sua Xiaoduo's face with her big eyes and said with a smile, Sua Xiaoduo, since you said that we are not in danger and have gained a lot, that is a sign of great fortune. By the way, can you read my palm? Ha! I want to see marriage. Bai Bingbing reached out and grabbed Sua Xiaoduo's hand with her left hand. She showed her right hand and grabbed Sua Xiaoduo's hand. She said, "Can you read it for me?" Sua Xiaoduo retracted his hand as if he had been electrocuted. He looked around subconsciously and said like a thief, "What are you doing? Just read my palm. Don't pull my hand." Bai Bingbing said, "Won't I be able to see it more clearly this way?" Xiaoduo, can you read it for me? As she said that, she grabbed Sua Xiaoduo's hand again. She did not even call him Xiaoduo. Instead, she called him Xiaoduo. They were very close. Sua Xiaoduo retreated and dodged left and right. Don't be like this. What's wrong? Bai Bingbing was unhappy that she could not grab Sua Xiaoduo's hand. She pouted and said, "Are you avoiding me like I'm a snake or a scorpion?" Her team was full of girls. At this moment, they laughed and jeered, "That's right, Sua Xiaoduo. What are you afraid of? You are a boy. Such a beautiful girl is holding your hand. Don't tell me you are at a disadvantage." That's right. Our sister Bingbing is the school belle of second high. Sua Xiaoduo, why don't you just give in? Bai Bingbing's face flushed red. She rolled her eyes and pretended to hit them. What nonsense are you all talking about? Around them, there was a burst of laughter that sounded like silver bells. Sua Xiaoduo quickly stuffed his hand into his trouser pocket. He looked nervous. No. My mother said that I am still young. I can't touch a girl's hand. If I touch it, a baby will be born. Looking for monthly, recommendation, and official subscriptions. Chapter 127. Ha ha ha. Pfft. Loud laughter resounded. Wanli Xiu, who was drinking water at the back, sprayed a mouthful of water on Long Yuxing's neck. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Bai Bingbing grabbed the note and left with her friends. The girls giggled and walked out with their heads held high. It looked like they had won a big battle. The voices were getting farther and farther away. Sister Bingbing, why did you fall for this scammer? Big news. Our Ice Mountain Beauty has actually fallen in love with someone. It's normal to fall for him. This Sua Xiaoduo is quite handsome. Go to hell, don't talk nonsense. Their voices gradually faded away, and the 6 girls walked away in a noisy manner. What about us? Where are we? It's scary but not dangerous. Sua Xiaoduo glanced at Li Chenglong and the others before taking his hand out of his pocket. Give me a wet wipe. Let me wipe it. Yo, Sua, Beauty's hands leave fragrance for 3 days. Are you really willing to wipe it? So unromantic. Sua Xiaoduo wiped it and sniffed it. He was relieved after wiping it several times. He said with trepidation, "What do you know? If I go home with this fragrance, I won't live past tonight. Is it really that serious? TSK, what do you think?" The others had gone far away, leaving only Sua Xiaoduo and Qin Fangyang. Qin Fangyang finally spoke. "Sua Xiaoduo, what's wrong? Do you think Shen Tianan's team is in danger?" "It's not just danger, it's a life-threatening danger. Death is imminent." Sua Xiaoduo said faintly. "However, this man is stubborn and self-opinionated. He's destined not to listen to advice. Then I'll watch over them tomorrow." "It's no use, Teacher Qin. Human strength is limited. Some disasters can't be shaken by human strength. The ominous central palace has reached the top. The ominous energy has entered the heart and soul. The door of life and death has been opened." Sua Xiaoduo's face was unusually solemn. He said slowly, as the saying goes, good words can't persuade a damned ghost. Asking them to give up tomorrow's mission is the best way to avoid death. But he didn't consider it at all. "I told him to pay attention to his own position and not leave the safety zone because I hoped to minimize the effects of the death calamity to the greatest extent and not harm his life. He said I was talking nonsense and even pulled Xiang Jin back. It was the same as pulling the firewood from under the cauldron. He was seeking his own death and was destined to die. This is called destiny. Actually, the 50-star yuan fortune that he took away was the true stroke of genius for me. I had completely severed my karma with him and I no longer had anything to do with him." Sua Xiaoduo smiled faintly and said, "If he had not taken away the gold, there would have been a chance for him to survive. I would have thought of a way to save their lives. However, he did not keep the gold, which proves that he is extremely determined. His stubbornness is a foregone conclusion. Now that things have come to this, even if a deity were to descend, he would not be able to change his fate." Qin Fangyang's expression became even more solemn. Although he did not understand this line of work, he had heard that taking away the gold after reading it was to sever the karma between the two parties, to sever this predestined fate. It could be said to be the biggest taboo in the astral soul's divination business in the mainland. Even if the divination did not work and then came back to rage, it was fine. However, taking away the gold on the spot was a huge taboo. Is there really a way to change this? After all, there are still a few lives at stake. Anyway, there is nothing I can do. Xiao Duo, we are all classmates. If you can think of a way. Sua Xiaoduo said, "Teacher Qin, I understand your thoughts. As long as there is a little room for action, as long as he listens to a word from me, I will do my best to avert the disaster. But the current situation is because he has severed the karma between him and me, making the situation a foregone conclusion. It is not that I don't want to help. I can even say very clearly, Teacher Qin, even if you catch up with these 6 people now and break their legs, preventing them from going out tomorrow, they will still be alive and kicking on the road to death tomorrow. Do you believe me or not?" Qin Fangyang's expression suddenly changed. This was not a bad idea. Sua Xiaoduo looked at Qin Fangyang's expression and could not help but smile bitterly. "Teacher Qin, I have already reminded you, but it is hard to say whether you will do it or not, and whether it will be useful. Just as the saying goes, if the king of hell wants you to die at midnight, who dares to keep you alive until dawn?" Qin Fangyang hurriedly left. Sua Xiaoduo and the rest of the 6 people slowly packed their things and prepared to go home after school. Tomorrow, we will gather at the purple Qi from the east. We will face the purple Qi from the east with the mountain river tower behind us. It is an auspicious day. Let's set off. Sua Xiaoduo looked at the expressions of the few people and made the arrangements. Why do you have to do this? Li Chenglong asked curiously. Although the divination shows that this trip will be more daunting than dangerous, there are still risks. Before I leave, I might as well borrow the vitality of heaven and earth and add another layer of thick earth power to protect me. Do you think that my divination is really a trick of a swindler? Sua Xiaoduo said leisurely. Qin Fangyang flew and changed his appearance. After thinking about it, he even put on a mask. The sun was setting. Shen Tainan and the rest of the 6 people came to an intersection. The 6 of them gathered together to discuss the arrangements for tomorrow. Although Qin Fangyang was far away, his cultivation was much higher than Shen Tianan's, so he could hear everything clearly. He heard Shen Tainan say, "Tomorrow, at 4:30 in the morning, we will depart an hour earlier. We will not cross paths with any of their teams." Okay. The other 5 people were all excited. That's the way it should be. We can get the upper hand if we go early, and the chances of finding a lot of good things will be much higher. If there are really good things, even if there will be people coming to rob us, as long as we delay for a while, Teacher Qin and the others should arrive. The benefits will still be ours. That's right. Shen Tainan was in high spirits. If there are no surprises and no dangers, what can we get? Even if Sua Xiaoduo is not an alarmist, he must have exaggerated the situation. When swindlers cheat people, they do it habitually. I want to take you to the depths to have a look. Of course, we won't go too deep. Just a distance of 20 kilometers will be enough. During this period of peace, especially after the massacre by 7 kills, very few people dare to go deep. Meteorites keep falling, and there must be a lot of good things accumulated. This is our chance. Okay. The 6 people looked very excited. They were already discussing what to exchange for after they got the contribution points. Alas. Qin Fangyang sighed softly. He finally understood what the problem of these people's death calamity was. Shen Tianan's idea was simply reckless. He actually wanted to explore the depths. Qin Fangyang was still hesitating whether to put his idea into action, but after hearing this, he stopped thinking about it and flew out directly. Bang bang bang. Who is it? Enemy attack. Ah. My leg is broken. Who is it? Leave your name if you have the guts. Bang bang bang. Qin Fangyang finished his work. The 6 students all had their legs broken, and some of them were even showing signs of comminuted bone fractures. This kind of injury was already a disaster for ordinary people, but Qin Fangyang was confident that as long as the treatment was appropriate and supplemented with the recovery ability of martial masters, they could recover in a few days. If he paid a price and let them enter the recovery pod, it would not be difficult for them to recover in a day. The temporary physical pain in exchange for the safety of their lives, Qin Fangyang thought it was worth it. After beating them up, Qin Fangyang immediately left. Now, they should be safe, right? Sua Xiaoduo, no matter how powerful you are, you wouldn't expect me to be so heavy-handed, right? After thinking for a while, he took out his phone and called the parents of the 6 students, asking them to be careful and not let their children go out for training. The 6 parents all agreed at once. Qin Fangyang finally left with peace of mind. At this scene, the 6 youths were left in heart-wrenching pain. Shen Tainan struggled to take out his phone and endured the pain as he shouted into the phone, "Dad. I was beaten up, my leg is broken, I'm here. Quickly send someone, it's so painful. The others also struggled to take out their phones to call for help. Only 10 minutes later. Huff huff huff. A few luxurious cars, which were legendary in Phoenix City, appeared at the intersection. A few burly men rushed out of the car as fast as they could. They carefully moved these little brats into the car. Bottles of life spirit water and painkillers were poured into them as if they were free. There were even a few experienced martial artist doctors in the car, treating the broken legs. A middle-aged man with a strong appearance was furious. What is going on? In Phoenix City, who dares to touch my Shinyu shoes, son? Investigate thoroughly, it's better to be wronged than to indulge. Yes. Broken legs. What's the specific situation? There are some comminuted fractures, but it's not too troublesome. A doctor said. What's the best way to treat it? I've already treated the broken bones. After entering the recovery pod, it'll be fine after a few days of recovery. The doctor said. No. Shin Tai-nan, whose pain had mostly subsided, struggled to open his mouth. There's still a training mission tomorrow, I must participate. The other students also said in unison, yes, tomorrow is the day to go out for training, we must go. Shin Yushu's dignified face showed some irritation. All of your legs are broken, what's the point of training? Crawling. Besides, your teacher Qin just called, he doesn't want you to participate in the training. Shin Tai-nan said boldly, Dad, you've always said that the path of the strong must be filled with hardships and countless obstacles. In martial arts training, if you fall behind by one step, you'll fall behind step by step. Maybe you really won't be able to catch up. And we're already lagging behind the other teams, if we don't go tomorrow, we'll be left even further behind. But Teacher Qin doesn't want you to go out. Dad, Teacher Qin has selfish motives, it said that there'll be an opportunity tomorrow. He clearly doesn't want us to get the opportunity. Shin Yushu was stunned. There's such a thing. Yes, we all know. Shin Yushu muttered. The few of us have better family conditions, we've been pampered since young. Our bones aren't as tough as others. This time, it's our chance to sharpen ourselves. Dad, think of a way to heal us in one night, so we can continue with tomorrow's training mission. Yes, we're not afraid of pain. We've already discussed what to do, Uncle Shin, please help us. Shin Yushu's wrinkled face slowly relaxed, turning into gratification. As expected of my Shin Yushu's son. Good. Chapter 128. Since you have such intentions, I will do my best to fulfill your wish. Shin Yushu took out his phone and quickly dialed a number. Hello, Boss Meng. I am Shin Yushu. Boss Shin, I did not expect you to call me. No wonder my 8th brother has been barking non-stop today. It turns out that you have an important guest. I am not an important guest. I have something to ask of Boss Meng. I am really at my wit's end now. What is it that even Boss Shin can't do? Just based on your call today, as long as I can do it, I will definitely do it. Shin Yushu laughed and said, then I will thank you in advance. It's like this, there is a small accident with my child at home. He is injured, his bones were shattered by someone. You also know that I bought the recovery pod earlier. When I bought it, it could only contain mid-grade elixir of astral souls. However, a mid-grade recovery pod is not enough for that little brat to fully recover in one night. But this little brat insisted on going out to train tomorrow. My head hurts. Isn't that why I thought of the omnipotent Brother Meng? If I remember correctly, Brother Meng, you have ordered 2 high-grade elixir of astral souls recovery pods, right? Brother Shin, you have a good memory. I do have 2, but they are with my daughter. The other side pondered for a while and said, "Since Brother Shin has asked, there is no problem. I will send someone to pick up your son later." Shin Yushu laughed and said, "How would I dare to trouble Brother Mang? I will send him over." Cough cough, there are a total of 6 brats here, and their legs were all broken. "Brother Mang, I am afraid you will have to pay a huge price this time." The other side laughed and said, "No matter how much I pay, it is still not as big as you, old Shin. Don't worry, just do it." Good, good, I know old Mang is generous. "Don't worry, I will pay you twice the cost of the recovery pods." "Old Shin, you are slapping me in the face. This is about our child, and you still want to talk about money? Don't give me that, it is boring. If you really want to thank me, drink with me tonight. Let us brothers have a good chat, it is better than nothing. If you keep talking about money, I won't do it." Alright, alright, alright. It was a slip of the tongue. Please don't blame me, Brother Mang. Tonight, it's my treat. Let's toast to Brother Mang. How can 1 cup be enough? At least 5, 6, 7 or 8 bottles, ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. It's a deal. He put down the phone. Chen Yushu's expression was somewhat contented. Done. Let's go to Meng Group's Xinyu building immediately. The other children's faces were filled with admiration. Uncle Shen is so awesome. Even the richest man in Phoenix City is so polite to Uncle Shen. Everything was settled with just a few words. Chen Yushu laughed heartily, pleased with himself. Shen Tianan's face was filled with pride. This is my father's power. My dad can call the wind and summon the rain in Phoenix City. There's nothing he can't do. The motorcade roared away. The next morning, Sui Xiao Duo got up and rushed to the faucet. After a while, he shook his head and the water droplets scattered like a puppy coming out of the water. He brushed his teeth and spat out a mouthful of white foam. He looked at his face in the mirror. He couldn't help but exclaim, "So handsome." Then he wiped his face and walked out. "Mom, is the food ready?" "It's in the pot." Wu Yuding came out of the kitchen and put down 2 metal basins on the table with a clang. The 2 metal basins were only slightly smaller than the wash basin. Sui Xiao Duo stared in shock. "In the future, you can use this basin to eat and the other basin to drink soup." Sui Xiao Duo was flabbergasted. "Mom. This. Isn't this a dog basin?" "Bullshit." Wu Yuding was furious. "This is the legendary bowl of porridge that the giants used for breakfast. I had to look for it for a long time before I found it. Sui Xiao Duo was speechless. He secretly took out the 99 Astral Souls phone to check. He was finally relieved. Yes, the Real Dog basin was indeed smaller than this. Relieved, he picked up the basin and went to the pot. He took a big spoon and dug hard. At least 4 or 5 caddies of rice went into the basin. It was only half a basin. He dug another 4 big spoonfuls and the top of the basin bulged. "Duong." He put it on the table. He put the other basin on the ground and picked up the other pot. He poured out half a basin of soup. Then he put a few plates of salted vegetables on the table. After thinking for a while, he took a tray of steamed buns and put them aside. Then he took out a can of chili oil and poured it into the rice basin. Then he picked up a big ladle. He held the rice basin in one hand and the ladle in the other and raised his head. Duong 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 duong, that he drank almost half of the soup in one breath. Then he picked up the other basin and raised his head again. Duong 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 duong. Then he poured the remaining half of the soup into the remaining half of the rice basin and stirred again. He picked up the rice basin with both hands and raised his head. Duong 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 duong. Sui Zhonglu rolled his eyes weakly as he looked at the good-for-nothing that he had brought up. How could this be considered a meal? Even drinking beer isn't so generous. After finishing the rice and soup, Xiao Duo didn't give up. He grabbed a steamed bun and pinched it. The originally soft and big steamed bun was pinched to the size of a plum. He threw it into his mouth and chewed it twice. He stretched his neck and swallowed it. He had already pinched 2 more steamed buns and threw them into his mouth. He swallowed the salted vegetables with his chopsticks and ate a dozen steamed buns in succession. Finally, he rubbed his belly in satisfaction. He murmured, "This feels good. Don't mention it." He picked up a cucumber and threw it into his mouth. Crunching sounds kept coming out. He picked up the concealed weapon bag and the 350 catty broadsword that Zhuo Xiaoyan had prepared for him last night. Duong. He slung it over his shoulder. "I'm leaving. I'm going to train outside the city today. I might not come back for dinner tonight." He pushed the door open and walked out. He heard heavy footsteps on the stairs. It was as if a bear had rushed down the stairs. The door slammed shut. Wu Yuding stared blankly at the door for a while. Finally, she turned her head. He found that Zhuo Zhonglu was staring blankly at the messy table. Oh, it was an exaggeration to say that it was messy. All the bowls and plates were clean. Even the skin of the steamed buns stuck to the steamer had been eaten by Xiao Duo. It really couldn't be called a mess. These 2 basins. I wanted to raise a tiger mastiff in the past. I got these 2 basins, right? You wouldn't let me raise a tiger mastiff in the past. Now I'm using these 2 basins. What basins? Don't you know how to talk? These are Xiao Duo's rice basins. Wu Yuding rolled her eyes. You want to eat 40 bowls with a small bowl? Aren't you tired? These basins are so good. Ahem. Okay. If we eat this meal outside. Zhuo Chonglu sighed and murmured, 100 yuan isn't enough. 100 yuan. Wu Yuding rolled her eyes. You're actually calculating money at this time. You're really Zhuo Xiaoduo's father. Money is also very important. Xiao Zhuo is now at this stage. We can't help him much. What's left is logistics. Money is both the starting point and the end point. Wu Yuding sighed and said slowly, logistics also has its own problems. Now that we're at the stage of the mission, it means the most frightening stage has arrived. Zhuo Chonglu said, actually, compared to us at this time. He's still much more relaxed. Back then, we went out for training. More than 300 people went out, but only 7 of us came back. Wu Yuding said angrily, what nonsense are you talking about? Times have changed. How can the situation be the same? If you tell me about the high mortality rate again, I'll live separately from you. Do you think I won't dare to do that? Well, let's talk about serious business now. It's about the blacksmith shop. Zhuo Chonglu immediately sat up straight. Wu Taijiang will arrive tomorrow. Blacksmith shop. Can't you just vacate one of the rooms next to your shop? Wu Yuding said matter-of-factly, the owners of the other shops have been wanting to sell for a long time. As long as you give a reasonable price, it'll be fine. How can I have money? Zhuo Chonglu smiled bitterly. Why do you think I was talking about money just now? Xiao Nian just gave me 600,000 yuan. Wu Yuding snorted and said, is that enough? 600,000 yuan. Zhuo Chonglu was furious. This girl went to do a mission again. What kind of mission could give such a good reward? This time, she was helping Master Mu catch a fugitive. That night, Xiao Duo happened to be there. Xiao Duo took 2 space rings. Wu Yuding said, this is from the 2 space rings. Zhuo Chonglu relaxed and smiled. So it's robbing the rich to help the poor. Now that I have 600,000 yuan, of course, it's more than enough. Why don't we go back to sleep? Sui Chonglu's eyes began to sway. Anyway, he was not serious. Nian is still at home. Wu Yuting pulled. She left a long time ago. When Xiao Duo went out, Nian was already following him. Come. This is such a beautiful spring scenery. Sui Xiao Duo carried his big saber and came to the meeting place valiantly. In the west, behind him was the mountain river building. On top of it, the mountain river map was dozens of meters high. It was the map of the entire Yanwu Empire. When it was pulled down from the top, it was directly opposite the rising sun. Purple qi gushed out from the east. Wanli Xiao and the others were already waiting under the big sign. There were a few martial artists beside her, looking troubled. Wanli Xiao lost her temper. How many times do I have to say it? You are not allowed to follow me. We are going to train now. Don't you understand the meaning of training? Other people's families did not send anyone. What are you doing following me? Then, she took out her phone and made a call. Dad. Ask Uncle Yang and the others to retreat. This is not a matter of discomfort. This is too embarrassing, do you know? Everyone is going out alone. Why do I have to be like a princess and have a bunch of bodyguards following me? Do you still want me to live? I don't care. Just ask them to go back. Otherwise, I will run away from home. Wanli Xiao stomped her feet, twisted her waist, acted coquettishly, and raged. Long Yuxing stared blankly at the side. Chapter 129. In the end, the person on the other side of the phone seemed to have compromised. The other warriors' phones rang and they all retreated. Only then did they see Sui Xiaoduo standing in the distance. He was carrying a big sword and posing as if he was going to take the head of a general in front of thousands of soldiers and horses. The few of them cheered and rushed over. Sui, your axe is really beautiful, Wanli Xiao said. Yes, this axe is really impressive, Long Yuxing said. Boss, you're using an axe as a weapon. Are you planning to imitate the legendary Pangu axe? Li Chenglong said. The axe is really big, Li Zhongming said. Big axe, Yu Moyin said. Sui Xiaoduo's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Look at it carefully. Is this an axe? He was in a bad mood when he posed so fiercely just now, but only someone saw it. He was getting more and more angry as he spoke. He took the big sword off his shoulder and put it on the ground. He held the hilt and breathed heavily. This is an axe. The five of them shouted as if they had discovered a new continent. If it's not an axe, is it a sword? What do you mean? It's a sword. It's just that the back of the sword is thicker, the blade is shorter, and the hilt is longer. How is it not a sword? Sui Xiaoduo felt more and more annoyed as he spoke. There was a big difference between a sword and an axe. Was it so hard to tell? Moreover, Nian Mao said that it was a sword. Ignorant. I've never seen a sword with a back as thick as 2 palms. The five of them were confused. Was this really a sword? No matter what, everyone had finally gathered. Let's go. Sui ordered. He carried the big sword and took the lead, heading north. The moment they left the city, Sui Xiaoduo looked at the time. It was exactly 5:59. Yes, Li. It was the supreme number if reversed. After the group left the city, they quickly increased their movement speed and ran along the main road for 50 kilometers in one breath. Then, they turned into a small path. After walking for less than 10 kilometers, they had completely entered the primitive wasteland. As far as the eye could see, all he could see were towering trees of all shapes and sizes. Even the ordinary grass was as tall as several people and abnormally strong. After walking forward for a while, they arrived at the edge of the barrier. Xiao Duo took out the jade talisman issued by the school and slowly placed it on the transparent barrier. Immediately, he felt a very slight vibration, and an opening that only allowed one person to pass through quietly appeared in front of the barrier. Li Zhongming, first. Long Yuxing, Wanli Xiao, Li Chenglong, Yu Moyin, quick, get out. Xiao Duo was the last to go out and immediately put away the jade talisman. The barrier behind him was slowly returning to its original state. This was the barrier protecting the entire Phoenix City. With the existence of this barrier, the meteor would not be able to smash into Phoenix City. It could only slide down into the wilderness after its remaining energy was exhausted. When the six of them went out, what they saw was a miserable scene. In front of them, there were wild grass that was as tall as several people. There were also many trees that had been smashed by the meteor. Everything was crooked and slanted. Most of the trees had roots that were as thick as several people, but the branches and crowns had long been smashed into a mess. As far as the eye could see, there was not a single complete tree. The desolation and misery here had obviously greatly exceeded the basic understanding of Xiao Duo and the others. I really should let the people in the city come out and see what would happen to Phoenix City if there were no strong people protecting it. Li Chenglong let out a long sigh. It's just a distance of less than 100 kilometers. The city is full of singing and dancing, but outside the city, it's a scene of the end of the world. You're doing it again. Wanli Xiao was dissatisfied. Martial artists go through fire and water to cultivate, isn't it to protect the singing and dancing inside? As for the extravagance, it's just an inevitable product of the development of society. This is an unavoidable situation in any dynasty. If you get angry because of this, Wanli Xiao said seriously, Li Chenglong, you'll only anger yourself to death. Xiao Duo chuckled and said, Wanli Xiao is right. Swollen. This problem can't be solved even if you become the king of the world in the future. Let alone the present you. Li Chenglong said in a muffled voice, I know, but I can't help but feel stuffy. Then, he suddenly became anxious. Don't call me swollen. All right, swollen, the 5 people replied in unison. Li Chenglong grimaced in pain. He wanted to bite someone very much. However, he didn't dare to do so in front of these 5 people. For the first time, the 6 of them had only advanced 100 meters in the underbrush when Xiao Duo, who was at the front, had already caught 15 to 16 poisonous snakes. The number of poisonous snakes in this wasteland, especially in the underbrush, was simply astonishing. Is there any recycling value for these snakes? Xiao Duo caught a poisonous snake. Then, he looked at its ferocious triangular head and said, can it be exchanged for contribution points? Xiao Duo didn't remember anything about medicinal herbs, spirit herbs, ominous beasts, star beasts, and so on. Would Zwen need to use his brain when Li Chenglong was here? Wouldn't that make Li Chenglong useless? There is. Li Chenglong's huge reserve of knowledge and his photographic memory played a big role in this situation. The venom of poisonous snakes can be refined and recycled. The venom of 10,000 snakes can be exchanged for 1 contribution point after the successful refinement. Well, the premise is that these snakes must be the same kind. Zwa, you have no less than 5 or 6 kinds of snakes in your hands. You need to deal with them separately if you want to collect them. Fuck. Refining 10,000 snakes of the same kind can only be exchanged for 1 contribution point. Are you kidding me? Throw. Although Zwa had always believed that mosquito legs are also meat, he didn't want all mosquito legs. Not far away, the underbrush shook and a few people came out. You guys are here too. Unexpectedly, they bumped into Zhao Zhangjun and his team from the same class. You guys are so early, Long Yuxing called out. We just got here. Let's go. Zhao Zhangjun waved his hand and said, Swa, your axe is not bad. It's mighty and domineering. Swa Xiao Duo. This is a fucking saber. A saber. After moving forward for another 400 or 500 meters, they met another half-acquaintance. It was Bai Bingbing. Yo, Swa, your axe is not bad. It's very impressive. Swa Xiao Duo didn't have the strength to complain. Were these people all blind? Long Yuxing and the others remembered Swa Xiaoduo's vow that this was a saber that they couldn't help but laugh until their bodies twitched. On the other side. Zhao Zhengjuan's team, boss, where are we going later? Have you read the notes Swa Xiao Duo gave us yesterday? What's the specific direction? Zhao Zhangjun said, I haven't read it yet, but I plan to. We'll start turning now. We won't go forward anymore. We'll go northwest and read the note after we enter. If Swa Xiao Duo can even calculate this, then he's really capable. We'll have to ask him for help in the future. However, if he's not accurate, then we'll definitely ask him for $500. Ha ha ha. The 6 of them went northwest. Although they didn't gain much along the way, they didn't encounter any major obstacles. When it was time to rest, Zhao Zhangjun gathered the other 5 people. Come, let's read Master Swa's note and see if it's accurate or not. Then, he took out the note and twisted it open. The 6 of them looked at it at the same time. The moment they looked at it, the 6 of them widened their eyes. Halfway north, turn to the northwest. Small gains, safe. The 6 of them looked at each other and couldn't help but gasp. This, awesome, really awesome. On the other side. Bai Bingbing and the others were also resting. I'm so tired, so tired. Let's take a rest. The 6 girls chose a clean place and sat in a circle. Hey, Bingbing, we've changed direction a few times. Didn't Swa Xiaoduo say that he can't give us a refund? Let's take a look. To be honest, I don't believe that he has such a remarkable ability. Bai Bingbing snorted and said, We're all classmates. Why are you so serious? You can't really ask him for a refund. Ha ha ha. The girls laughed. Of course we can't ask Bingbing's romantic partner for a refund. We just want to see if he's right. Maybe he's really so resourceful that he hit the nail on the head. Bai Bingbing's face turned red. She snorted and said, You're all so talkative. Nonsense, humph. When she opened the note, 6 little heads stretched out. One of them said, Don't tell me he used this opportunity to write a love letter. Ah, fuck. After exclaiming in surprise, the 6 girls fell into a state of shock. The note clearly wrote, halfway through, turn west from north. Nothing, turn northwest. Little harvest, not enough. Go north and you'll find something. That's too accurate. One of the girls opened her mouth but couldn't say anything. It's really accurate. This. Didn't we go west first and turn northwest when we didn't find anything? Then, because we still didn't find anything, we turned north again. The 6 girls looked at their current location, which was north of Phoenix City. They only felt that their little heads were numb. There's actually such a magical person in this world. Amazing. He's really resourceful and has the ability to connect with gods. One of the girls suddenly said, Bingbing, you have to work hard. This Swa Xiaoduo has a lot of potential. You must get him. That's right. You must get him. Not bad, not bad. After yesterday's first contact, you already have a lot of opportunities compared to the other flirtatious bitches. Don't let it go. If you miss it, it'll be gone. Bai Bingbing's face showed a hint of pride. Then, she said in distress, he's avoiding me like I'm a snake or a scorpion. Besides, it's only the first day we met. So what if it's the first day? The first day is fate. This is a heaven-sent opportunity. You have to be careful. This kind of potential is not easy to meet. There are so many flirtatious bitches in this school. If you're not careful, this good meat will fall into someone else's mouth. Chapter 130. One of the girls squinted her eyes and giggled. Captain, why don't we all go at him together? No matter who he chooses in the end, won't he be one of us? Bai Bingbing suddenly became alert. She looked at this girl and asked suspiciously, you like him too, right? Yanzi. Yanzi giggled. I think this guy is not bad. He's a good piece of meat. Humph. Humph. Bitch, humph. You're the same, bitch, humph. The boat of friendship capsized just like that. Another girl rolled her eyes and said, I think you're all talking nonsense. From what I see, this Xiao duo is obviously not enlightened. He needs someone to enlighten him. Otherwise, he won't know how good women are. Well, he can't just focus on women, he has to be wary of men. Nowadays, many handsome guys like handsome guys. Fuck, so you're not only a dirty old woman, but also a rotten one. The girls laughed and joked for a while, and then their faces became worried. Indeed, this guy really looked like he was not enlightened. But how could they enlighten him? Bai Bingbing's heart was full of vigilance, especially when she saw this group of plastic sisters. They were all thinking of enlightening Xiao duo. This group of shameless sluts, they're already thinking of snatching him from me. They said they wouldn't snatch him from me. No, I have to quickly think of a way to come up with a feasible plan. The other teams that were resting at their own resting places also took out Xiao's comments. After verifying with each other, they also exclaimed in surprise. Fuck. So accurate. No, this is godly. That guy is not a quack, he's a god. Shut up, if you dare to say Master Zhua is a quack again, believe it or not, I'll cut you. Well, Captain, what are you thinking about? Why are you in a daze? I'm thinking. This 50 gold coins is too worth it. It's too cheap. Should I strike up a good relationship with Master Zhua before he becomes famous? Then, I can apply for an annual membership or a lifetime membership. If I apply for it now, it shouldn't cost too much. However, it's hard to say what will happen in the future. Oh, Captain has become Xiao duo. I'm impressed. Fuck, let me ask each and every one of you. Do you want to apply for an annual membership and a lifetime membership? Yes. Of course. I miss it so much. I want to die. You want to go for VIP? Look at the authentic version. After resting for a while, Xiao's team resumed their journey with laughter. In an instant, rumbling sounds could be heard. Xiao duo reacted quickly and pulled Wanli Xiao and the others to the side. Rumble. After a long while, the earth was still trembling. As far as the eye could see, a meteor shower was falling. One of the meteors, the size of a human head, smashed into the spot where Wanli Xiao had been standing, creating a hole that was dozens of meters deep. Meteor showers continued to fall around the area like hailstones, incessant and endless. Wanli Xiao's face turned pale, and her heart was filled with horror. If Xiao duo hadn't pulled him back in time, he would have been smashed into a pile of minced meat if he hadn't been hit by the meteorite in time. It's really not safe. Li Chenglong covered his head, and his facial features were a little distorted. Wan Lixiu was in no danger, but Li Chenglong wasn't so lucky. One of the meteors hit a broken tree and rebounded. Coincidentally, it hit Li Chenglong's head. Although the rebounding force had weakened and wasn't enough to break his head, he could still feel the pain. Is everyone okay? Pay attention to these newly fallen meteors. Sua Xiaoduo shouted. Be careful not to hit your head. Although these meteorites didn't pose much of a threat to a martial master, if the meteorites were larger than a fist, they would still be injured if they were hit by them. The few of them worked together and dug out the meteors that had fallen. It's useless. Sua Xiaoduo's family ran an astral soul shop, so his eyesight was naturally better than the others. However, he was disheartened after just a glance. The one that almost smashed Long Yuxing into a bachelor is the only thing worth mentioning. But at most, there's a low-grade astral soul's jade inside. Keep it. Whoever wants it can have it, but I don't want it. Long Yuxing threw it aside and muttered, What do you mean by smashed into a bachelor? Let's go inside. It's hard to find good things in this area. Li Chenglong instructed. He was the expert in this area. Okay. The 6 of them moved at full speed and ran forward. It didn't take long for them to run more than 50 miles. The further they went, the more desolate the environment became. There were potholes everywhere on the ground, and there were many traces of digging in the potholes. Especially the big potholes, they were basically dug 3 feet deep and were empty. How can this group of people loot so clean? Don't they know how to benefit the latecomers? How unethical. Sua Xiaoduo said angrily, Go further inside. Don't stop along the way. Qin Fangyang was wandering in the sky, watching Sua Xiaoduo's team go deeper into the forest like a sharp arrow. We're 70 kilometers away from Phoenix City. If we calculate the radius of 200 kilometers, this is considered an extremely safe distance. Qin Fangyang was very relieved. Sua Xiaoduo's team had an advantage that other teams didn't have. The allocation of members could be said to be well-rounded and there were few omissions. Sua Xiaoduo's cultivation had reached the peak of martial master. As the core leader, he could be said to be the stabilizing force. This was already a big advantage. As for Li Chenglong, as the strategist, it was even rarer. Basically, there was nothing that Li Chenglong didn't know. With him around, it was like carrying an encyclopedia with you. Li Zhongming and Yu Moyin seemed to be taciturn, but in fact, they were first-class figures in the vanguard. No matter what happened, there was no dispute at all. They only needed to wave their hands and say, Go. The 2 of them directly rushed forward. As for Long Yuxing, he was the type who had an exceptionally good view of the big picture. He was born with a keen sense of coordination. However, compared to Sua Xiaoduo, he was more of a defensive talent. As for the last person, Wan Lixiu, she looked like a careless girl, but deep down, she was meticulous and meticulous. She was very meticulous and controlled all the details. Such a team was only at the embryonic stage, but it was already the ideal allocation for all adventure teams. This team's allocation is really good. Another teacher who came with him to guard the team smiled. It is indeed good. Basically, it has all the elements to prepare for war. Yes, especially Sua Xiaoduo, who is the core leader. This guy looks like an offensive leader, but the caution and carefulness he showed during the journey is really extraordinary. If he can continue to be like this, it will be a great blessing for this team. Another teacher praised. After hearing this praise, black lines appeared on Qin Fangyang's forehead. He wanted to say it, but he was too embarrassed to say it. Caution and carefulness. Sua Xiaoduo was afraid of death. However, he could definitely maintain this state. As for whether it was a blessing or not, it was a little too early to say. Everyone rushed all the way into the wasteland in a spurt of energy. They didn't stop and continued to advance. There are already some traces of star beasts here. Li Chenglong stopped to study a pile of feces. This feces is still very fresh. There are a lot of sour grass seeds and a lot of wild fruit seeds in it. It should be left behind by the single-horned deer. The single-horned deer's attack power is not high, and its overall combat power is relatively low. It can easily poop here, which is enough to prove that there are no dangerous star beasts in the nearby area. Wan Lixiu covered her nose and looked at Li Chenglong poking the feces. She looked disgusted and wanted to vomit, but she couldn't stop herself from looking. "Aren't you disgusting? You even have to study this." Li Chenglong replied while poking the feces, "Disgusting. This is disgusting. This is a clue, you know. There are many things that humans can't find, but some star beasts can. Star beasts often leave a lot of valuable information in their feces." "Then what valuable information did you find?" "This pile only has what I found just now. There is no more." "Fuck." Long Yuxing cursed. "Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and keep up." Along the way, Li Chenglong had maximized the benefits of his encyclopedic knowledge, except for the fact that it was a little disgusting. This guy seemed to be very passionate about studying star beast feces. Along the way, he had studied 17 to 18 piles. Swah! Li Chenglong squatted in front of a pile of feces and shouted. "What's the matter? What did you find?" Sua Xiaoduo covered his nose and came over. "Let's not go forward first. I think there should be something good around here." Li Chenglong spoke, but his hands didn't stop moving. As he poked the feces, a foul stench rose into the air. "Damn, can you just tell me what you found?" "In this pile of feces, there are many three-eared rabbit bones and some venomous snake remains. I can confirm that this venomous snake is a black-bone snake. The black-bone snake is extremely venomous. However, this excreting star beast obviously doesn't care about its venom. Look at this black-bone snake's head and venomous fangs. There is even a strand of hair on it. It should have been bitten by the black-bone snake. Obviously, this star beast isn't afraid of the black-bone snake's venom and still ate it. And it ate many black-bone snakes." Li Chenglong continued. "From the shape of the feces, the dryness, and the outer layer of white crystals, I can confirm that this is a three-legged python. Look at the clear tracks here. Even though the meteorites are constantly falling, the footprints can still be seen. This proves that it hasn't been here for long." Sua Xiaoduo sighed deeply. "Swollen, I completely believe your conclusion. There is no need to analyze the process. It is still so smelly, how could it have been here for a long time?" Li Chenglong replied seriously. "That's not what I meant. Smelly or not cannot be used as a basis of time. There are black-bone snakes and three-eared rabbits in the feces. This means that there must be astral soul's intermittent grass around here. You must know that every year when the black-bone snake molts, it needs the astral soul's intermittent grass to lessen the pain of molting. Although the three-eared rabbit moves extremely quickly, its bones are weak and easily broken. Similarly, it needs the astral soul's intermittent grass to heal." Still writing, let's first ask for tickets and subscriptions. Chapter 131. Intermittent Grass of Astral Souls. Is that worth anything? Intermittent Grass of Astral Souls. If it were an ordinary 10-year-old plant, it would require 10 stalks of astral souls to exchange for 1 contribution point. However, 10-year-old intermittent grass of astral souls isn't enough for the black-bone snakes. What they need is at least 50-year-old. As for 50-year-old intermittent grass of astral souls, each stalk is worth 10 contribution points. There's a high chance that there's a group of black-boned snakes nearby. Based on my judgment, this group of black-boned snakes are at least 20 years old. In other words, there's definitely intermittent grass of astral souls nearby. Furthermore, there's plenty of them. Intermittent grass of astral souls is extremely small in size. It's usually mixed in with other weeds and is very difficult to find. Li Chenglong stood up and continued, but we've already confirmed that it's in this area. Just by digging up the weeds, we'll be able to find something. At this moment, his eyes lit up and his voice trembled. Swa, there's obviously a natural predator like the three-legged python nearby. Yet, the black-boned snakes and three-eared rabbit would rather risk being eaten by the three-legged python in order to stay here. That's enough to explain the problem and confirm the situation. After hearing Li Chenglong's words, Swa Xiaoduo and the rest were all excited. How big is the area you've estimated? Swa Xiaoduo asked. It should be. Li Chenglong replied, it shouldn't exceed 2 kilometers. As for where the weeds are the thickest, we'll just dig it out. Once we've dug it out, you don't have to identify it. I'll just search for it bit by bit. All right. Let's do that. Swa Xiaoduo ordered, dig up the roots. Li Zhongming and Yu Moyin didn't say a word. They immediately took action. The two of them stood side by side and quickly assembled 2 large shovels. With a het sound, they lifted more than 10 square meters of grass into the air. With a shake of their hands, the soil was shaken clean, leaving only the white and tender grass roots sticking upwards. Swa Xiaoduo, Wanli Xiao and the rest followed suit. Along the way, they dug up the surrounding grass like a yellow dragon. In the air, Qin Fangyang, who had been paying attention to this side, sighed, do you see that? This is the effect that Li Chenglong can display in a group. Even if you look at the entire continent, there are very few who can replicate this effect. Amazing! The teacher by the side sighed in admiration. A martial artist's cultivation relies on talent, hard work, and the support of their family. These are already common knowledge. Relying on knowledge outside of cultivation. Although many people think it's feasible, how many people can actually put it into action? How many of them will study the excrement of star beasts? Another teacher sighed, this isn't just a matter of studying 1 or 2 piles of excrement. You have to know the habits of every star beast, be familiar with every food chain, and then be familiar with all their habits. You also have to know what each star beast likes to eat, what it can eat, what kind of environment it likes, what kind of heaven and earth treasures it needs, what it looks like before it's eaten, and what it looks like after it's excreted. Finally, you have to summarize everything. This isn't something that can be explained by the gift of eidetic memory. Other people, even if they know how to study excrement, may not be able to think of so much. But this Li Chenglong, using the traces in the excrement as a clue, actually deduced that there's an old intermittent grass of astral souls nearby. He's a fucking genius. Other people risked their lives and fought until their heads bled. It's already worth it to be able to get 8 or 10 contribution points after one experience. But these guys. With Li Chenglong's guidance, they can get a lot of points just by digging up the grass. This can only be said to be fate and luck. Qin Fangyang faintly said, Li Chenglong's cultivation was shallow before, and it's not like everyone didn't know that he was knowledgeable. Perhaps there were only a few people who really thought highly of him, but Swa Xiaoduo has always treated him as a friend. This can be said to be where Swa Xiaoduo's personal charm lies. That's true. That teacher was very much in agreement. That's right. If Li Chenglong were in another team, he might not be so dedicated. But in Swa Xiaoduo's team, he can do his best. This can be said to be congenial. It's not congenial. Qin Fangyang said faintly, "We're brothers." That teacher was stunned, then nodded deeply. "That's right, we're brothers." While Qin Fangyang and the others were talking, the people below had already found something. "Swollen, there are some light purple grasses in the grass roots here. They're segmented." "Is that the intermittent grass?" Sua Xiaoduo shouted. "Don't move." Li Chenglong shouted nervously. "Let me do it." Whoosh! Li Chenglong almost rolled and crawled all the way over. "You guys, come over and see the real thing." Li Chenglong squatted in front of a pile of overturned grass roots. "That's right. This is the intermittent grass of astral souls, and it's very old. The leaves of this intermittent grass are very small, and they grow together with ordinary grass roots. If it's not light purple, they're no different from weeds. As for the segmented shape of the grass roots, it's also very particular. The intermittent grass grows a segment every 3 years. In terms of appearance, it's broken and renewed every 3 years. That's how the intermittent grass got its name. This is 1 segment, 2 segments." Li Chenglong gasped. Xiao Duo found this batch of intermittent grass. Each of them has more than 15 segments, and many of them have more than 20 segments. That means they're 60-year-old intermittent grass. Oh my god. Don't move, don't move. Older intermittent grass needs to be separated with a jade shovel, and then immediately put into the jade box of astral souls. I have the jade box of astral souls on my back. Don't move it. Don't move those with 3 or 4 segments. Just leave them here. They'll naturally drill into the soil again. But those with more than 10 segments, I'll put them all away. These are 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm rich, ahaha. Li Chenglong laughed devilishly. 9. There are 9 older intermittent grass in this patch. Continue to search, quickly, quickly. Li Chenglong quickly put away the 9 intermittent grass of astral souls. Then, he began to finish the work. He checked all the grass one by one. After checking, he immediately put them back, no matter if they were still there or not. On the other side, Yu Moyan shouted, "There's one here too." Then, Long Yuxing shouted, "There's one here too." Wanli Xiao said excitedly, "I have one too, I have one too." Sua Xiaoduo and the others turned around in surprise. They all gave Long Yuxing a thumbs up. "Brother, you've got guts." Wanli Xiao was stunned for a moment. Then, she understood immediately. Her face turned red. Other than Li Chenglong, she started to chase after the others. A bunch of stinky hooligans, uncivilized scum. Long Yuxing grinned wretchedly. "I haven't even started yet." Bang! Long Yuxing was kicked away by Wanli Xiao. The 6 of them pushed forward like a bulldozer. From time to time, they would shout in surprise. Of course, along with the huge harvest came trouble. The black bone snakes nearby had been alerted by their repeated actions. They immediately attacked this group of intruders. However, the black bone snakes were only beginner-level astral beasts. Although they had venomous fangs, with Sua Xiaoduo and the others' skills, as long as they were careful, they wouldn't have a hard time. Don't kill them. Li Chenglong continued to cook the intermittent grass of astral souls as he shouted, "The black bone snake's feces are the best fertilizer for the intermittent grass of astral souls. With the black bone snakes here, the intermittent grass of astral souls will grow very quickly. With enough nutrients, it can even grow by 1 section per year." The 6 of them who were about to start a massacre suddenly changed their battle strategy. In a moment, the black bone snakes were tossed high into the air and thrown far away. Until the end. Sua Xiaoduo pinched a black bone snake that was as thick as a water bucket. He looked left and right. Is this the king of snakes? Why is it so big? This black-boned snake, which was as thick as a water bucket and over 30 feet long, was pinched by Swishaoduo at its weakest point. Other than its body convulsing, it could not move at all. Its originally sinister and cold eyes were now filled with fear. Let's release this black-boned snake. Although it can be exchanged for over 10 contribution points, if we take it away, the black-boned snakes here will have no one to rely on. I'm afraid they will be wiped out. Li Chenglong said, "This is the king of snakes. Let it go." All right. Swishaoduo released the black-boned snake king. This black-boned snake king was obviously scared out of its wits. For a moment, it didn't run away. Instead, it curled up on the ground. Damn it, don't tell me you still want a gift. It's not like we're here to visit relatives. Swishaoduo had no choice but to throw an elixir pill into the snake's mouth. The black-boned snake king swallowed the pill and nodded at Swishaoduo. Then, it slithered away. The teachers in the sky exchanged glances with each other. Their eyes were filled with astonishment and amazement. One of the teachers commented, "They are indeed a unique group. To think that they would let go of the dark-boned snake king that they had obtained. That plaything is worth at least 15 contribution points. That's equivalent to the entire earnings of some small teams in a single mission." Another teacher said, "I know that Li Chenglong's idea of letting go of the black-boned snake king is to maintain the ecological balance of this region. This is to prevent the black-boned snakes from losing their support and causing them to be wiped out. But the star beasts in the outside world have their own ways of survival. The ecosystem of this region is extremely fragile and could collapse at any moment. Is there really a need to do this?" The first teacher said, "That's not what I'm surprised about. What I'm surprised about is that Swishaoduo actually accepted Li Chenglong's suggestion. He's the true decision-maker of their team." This. Qin Fangyang sighed softly, "Perhaps, this is the way their team interacts. Between them, it's more about trust." Since Li Chenglong said it, Swishaoduo believed it and accepted it. It has nothing to do with anything else. Our harvest this time is pretty good. Li Chenglong counted and smiled from ear to ear. He said, "Our total harvest this time is 1 century-old intermittent grass of astral souls, 760, to 80-year-old intermittent grass of astral souls, 1950-year-old intermittent grass of astral souls, and 3030, to 50-year-old intermittent grass of astral souls. We're rich, we're really rich. The contribution points this time are at least over 1,000. Li Zhangming's eyes darted around, and he suddenly asked, "Swa, how are we going to split the contribution points this time?" The moment he asked this question, the 6 youths fell silent. Above, Qin Fangyang's body stiffened. He stared at them for a long time. The most crucial moment had arrived. Writing too slowly. I started at 8 in the morning, and I haven't stopped since then. That's all. I can't write any more at night. My head is going to explode. Exploding at 5 p.m. Begging for a few monthly votes, a few subscriptions, a few recommendation tickets. Brothers and sisters, please support me. Thank you. Chapter 132. Distribution of benefits. This was the most important issue. It was unknown how many teams had broken up and parted ways because of the distribution of benefits. Below, Swishaoduo looked surprised. Split? Why should we split? Everyone. Swishaoduo glared at them. Teams, come out. All the rewards will be converted into contribution points. What's there to discuss? Do you want to eat more and take more? Long Yuxing, Wan Lixiu, and the others. This was different from what they had imagined, that which team leader didn't take more. Otherwise, why would he be the team leader? Why? Did it become us who wanted to eat more and take more when it came to us? We're not the team leaders. Even Li Chenglong stared at Sua Xiaoduo with wide eyes. Sua, you have to think carefully. This isn't something that can be done overnight, and it's not just one or two pieces. Captains can take a larger portion of the loot. This is the rule of the continent. In the future, we have to do more things, bigger things. A single point could be a sky-high price. You have to think carefully. What do we have to think about? Sua Xiaoduo was puzzled. So what if it's the rule of the continent? Who can control me, Sua Xiaoduo? Besides, what's the point of me taking more from you? Isn't it good for me to take more from others? The five of them. They were speechless. It's settled then. If one or two people come out, the rewards will be divided among themselves. If one comes out alone, the rewards will belong to the individual. There's no need to hand them over to the team. You don't have to say anything. This is how it is. Come, nod your heads. Li Chenglong, Yu Moyan, and the others looked at each other and could only nod silently. It might not be fair to Li Chenglong if we divide today's rewards equally, but this is a team. This is the basic principle of a team. Maybe other teams have other rules, but here, it's the same. In the future, other members may contribute more in other aspects, but all the rewards will still be divided equally. There will be no exceptions. Sua Xiaoduo said calmly, as long as the six of us go on a mission together, it will be like this. I've decided on this point. Who agrees and who disagrees? I agree. Everyone raised their hands in agreement at the same time. There were no objections. Alright, I'll only talk about the distribution of benefits this time. Sua Xiaoduo said coldly, I don't want to emphasize this point too many times. This is just an experience. In the future, everyone may go to the battlefield together. At that time, it won't just be about benefits, but about life and death. Li Zhongming chuckled and said, I definitely agree with boss's decision. Li Chenglong was also filled with joy at this moment. There was also an indescribable sense of satisfaction. That's the way it is, it's the best. This was the first time he had used his knowledge to create benefits for the team. Li Chenglong was now bursting with a sense of accomplishment. His round face, which was not fat, was already smiling like a flower. Wan Li Xiu said worriedly, I'm worried that in the future, there will be people who don't put in effort. Oh, it's nothing. We can afford to drag this out. We're swollen. Sua Xiaoduo waved his hand and said boldly, Xiu Air, don't worry about this. When you have a baby in the future, during your maternity leave, you won't be short of it. Wan Li Xiu was speechless. Her pink face turned red. Did I mean that? What? Maternity leave. Sua Xiaoduo, do you want to die? After all, she was still a virgin. She couldn't help but feel embarrassed at the mention of this. Sua Xiaoduo looked sad. Long Yuxing, control your wife. She actually asked boss if he wants to die. Such courage, TSK. I feel a deep sense of worry about your future status in the family. Long Yuxing curled his lips. Sua, my status in the family has already been decided. On the contrary, I'm very concerned about your status in the family. My status in the family? Sua Xiaoduo laughed loudly. Do you still need to say it? I'm the proper head of the household. The first page of the household register in the future will definitely be me. Your future sister-in-law, Nian. Ha, must be in my household register. Boss is mighty. The crowd roared and then burst into laughter. It would be strange if you weren't the head of the household. Brothers. Sua Xiaoduo waved his hand. How many contribution points are we aiming for today? 10,000. Oh. Let's charge forward with this, boss. Oh. The small team of 6 people once again turned into a sharp arrow that was moving forward. Are you relieved? Seeing Qin Fangyang move to look at the other teams, another teacher teased him. Now I'm completely relieved. Qin Fangyang couldn't hide the amiable smile on his face anymore. First, it ensures fairness. Second, it ensures that there won't be any changes. Third, it ensures that as the core, Sua Xiaoduo has absolute authority and can check and balance anyone in the team. If this doesn't make me completely relieved, what more can I ask for? To implement the equal distribution to the end, and to set the tone from then on, can be said to be the most difficult thing. Another teacher said, in a team, there will always be people who contribute more, and there will always be people who want to take more, especially the boss. It's the most normal thing to take more. And to implement the equal distribution from beginning to end, even for the team leader, no one will have any objections. Teacher Qin, didn't you always say that Sua Xiaoduo is stingy? That teacher said strangely, this isn't something a stingy person would do. Qin Fangyang smiled contentedly and said, you haven't known him for long, so you don't know how stingy this child can be. However, no matter how stingy he is, he always has his own bottom line in his heart, and this bottom line is precisely the quality I think most highly of him. Let's go and look at the other teams. Sua Xiaoduo's team doesn't need to be looked after anymore. Do we really not need to look after them? After all, it's their first time out for training, aren't we afraid of accidents? There won't be any accidents. Do you think Sua Xiaoduo's self-proclaimed physiognomy skill is just for show? If Sua Xiaoduo said that there will be no danger, then there will be no danger. From the beginning, I didn't worry that there would be accidents or casualties. I believe that after this training, Sua Xiaoduo won't need to recommend himself anymore. Countless people will come to him for fortune-telling, and those who come to him are not limited to the students of the second high school, but also you and me. Oh, Teacher Qin, you really think highly of this student of yours. Let's wait and see. Let reality speak for itself. After looking at several teams in a row, he finally saw Zhao Zhangjuan's team. His team was fighting with a star beast, and not far behind the star beast was a red jade spirit ginseng that had already borne fruit. The 6 people in Zhao Zhangjuan's team were very excited. They were shouting and fighting with their lives on the line. Obviously, they wanted to take down the star beast on the opposite side as soon as possible and get the red jade spirit ginseng. Qin Fangyang looked at them silently and sighed softly. One training session to get a red jade spirit ginseng. The profit is no less than 50 contribution points. It's indeed a lot. Another teacher sighed. However, they have to pay a bloody battle to get these 50 points. Compared with Sua Xiaoduo's team, the difference is too big. Qin Fangyang didn't say anything. He watched Zhao Zhangjun and the others kill the star beast before he breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to leave, he heard Zhao Zhangjun, who had just finished the battle, shout to the sky, Teacher Qin, is Teacher Qin here? Qin Fangyang was stunned. Zhao Zhangjun wasn't in danger. He hurriedly floated down. Zhao Zhangjun. Zhao Zhangjun wiped his sweat and ran over. Teacher Qin. What's the matter? You'd better go and see Shen Tainan and the others. They seem to have gone straight inside. Zhao Zhangjun looked very worried. Who did you say? Shen Tainan. Qin Fangyang's pupils suddenly contracted. They also came for the training. Yesterday, they clearly got double insurance and they still came. These 6 fucking immortals. Yes. Zhao Zhangjun looked at his teacher strangely. This time, the whole class was going on the training mission together. How could Shen Tainan and the others not come? Qin Fangyang hurriedly asked, "Hurry up and tell me, which direction did they go?" "North." Zhao Zhangjun said, "Our team came early. We came in before 5 o'clock, but Shen Tainan and the others came even earlier than us. When we came, they were already sweeping the periphery. Then, when they saw us coming, they rushed straight inside. And the area we are in now is almost beyond the alert area, but we haven't seen them yet." Zhao Zhangjun looked very worried. Shen Tainan has always been fond of grandiose achievements. He always wants to be in the limelight. This time, the harvest in the periphery obviously can't satisfy his set goal. I think he might have rushed into the deeper area. Qin Fangyang's face suddenly became as ugly as a dead man's. Looking at the dark wasteland in the distance, it was still morning. Dawn had just broken not long ago. At most, it was around 9 o'clock in the morning. It was the best time of the day. The sky was clear and boundless. However, in such good weather, there was a dark and gloomy atmosphere in front of them. Obviously, there were strong star beasts and extremely complicated terrain inside. Inside, even embryonic breathing realm and primordial elixir realm practitioners might not dare to go too deep. Shen Tainan and the others had actually barged into that level of area. At this moment, even with Qin Fangyang's mental strength, he couldn't help but feel his vision go black. Qin Fangyang never thought that for their sake, he didn't hesitate to lower his status and impersonate a robber to beat the 6 of them to a pulp. He even called their parents, but he still couldn't stop them from taking the risk. Just what kind of connections does your family have to be able to recover from such an injury in a single night? However, recovering to a perfect state was equivalent to activating the pass to the stage of death. They were so lively even when they were going to die. Their status was so high. This was simply speechless. At this moment, Qin Fangyang didn't think of anything else. What echoed in his heart was what Sua Xiaoduo had said yesterday afternoon. The king of hell is destined to die at midnight. Who can stay until midnight? The danger of life. The ominous central palace, the ominous qi has already entered the heart. The divination gold that he took away in the end was the real stroke of genius. It completely cut off the karma with me and has nothing to do with me anymore. Even if you chase after them now and break the legs of these 6 people to prevent them from going out tomorrow, they will still be walking to their deaths tomorrow. Do you believe me? Thinking of this, Qin Fangyang could only sigh. He was really speechless. He had forcefully intervened and had already broken their legs and suffered comminuted fractures. Today, it was still happening. Thinking again about what Sua Xiaoduo had said, Qin Fangyang couldn't help but sigh. It's really good words can't persuade a damned ghost. Chapter 133. The other teacher was puzzled. "Teacher Qin, what are you?" Qin Fangyang stood up. "There's no time to explain. Come with me quickly. It's a matter of life and death. Do your best." "What about here?" "It's fine here." Sua Xiaoduo said that it's a close call. Ah. Qin Fangyang and the other teacher were like 2 sharp arrows, piercing into the thick fog without permission. A few hours later, Shen Tainan led his team and shot into the thick fog like an arrow. I didn't expect Zhao Zhangjun to be here so early. So what if he's early? He's a coward and only dared to wander around the periphery. What good things can he get? Boss Shen is right. Speaking of which, Boss Shen, your father is really awesome. Yesterday, with just a phone call, he got such a miraculous thing and used it directly. I still feel like I'm dreaming. Me too. It's unbelievable. With such a serious injury, it only took 10 minutes to recover completely. Moreover, his cultivation has improved. It's too miraculous. Especially since Boss's father solved it with just a phone call. I feel like I'm dreaming. My father's power in Phoenix City is. Let's not talk about it. There's no point in always bragging about my father. But this is really awesome. Speaking of which, Qin Fangyang called my father yesterday and told us not to come out today. Teacher Qin is really good at thinking. He called my family too. And my family too. This teacher Qin Fangyang. I don't know what he's thinking. We rejected Zhou Xiaoduo's fortune-telling and were not even allowed to participate in the trial. He even informed our parents. It can't be, right? You guys are just muddle-headed. Why don't you think about it? Zhou Xiaoduo asked for 500 yuan each time. Who would look for him? Qin Fangyang asked for 50 yuan each time. That's a lot. How many times do we come out in a year? 50 yuan each time. 8 teams, 400 yuan. At least 7 or 8 times a month. In a year, we'll earn tens of thousands. Qin Fangyang is clearly colluding with Zhou Xiaoduo to cheat us of our money. Boss is right. I have the same feeling. Not allowed to come out for the trial. Just like what my father said yesterday, a man has to face the wind and rain, an eagle has to fight against the sky, a sapling in a greenhouse can never grow into a big tree. So my father encouraged us to come out. Yes, Uncle Shen is right. Of course, why would my father listen to Qin Fangyang's nonsense? Just because he said so, he wouldn't come out. What a joke. Who the hell is Qin Fangyang? Yesterday, my dad even said that he wanted to treat Mr. Qin to a meal after this incident. After all, Qin Fangyang is obviously angry this time. No need. Shen Tainan scoffed, as long as you follow me, I will naturally lead you to heaven. As for Qin Fangyang, he's just an unpresentable fellow who cheats students of their money. Why bother with him? Boss is right. Boss is mighty. Death is certain. I don't believe it. Let's see what Qin Fangyang's face looks like when we return with a bountiful harvest. Smack 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 face, The 6 of them rushed in. The fog became thicker and thicker. Slowly, it reached a point where they couldn't see each other's faces clearly even if they stood face to face. It was blurry, as if they had seen a ghost. Let's do it here. Our feet feel very solid, it's almost untouched. There must be a lot of good stuff here. Everyone, hurry up. Shen Tainan said, we can't stay here for long. Let's move quickly. In 2 hours, no matter how much we get, we will leave. Okay. The 6 of them busied themselves. Not long after, cheers rang out. Even the thick fog was diluted. I have one here, it's so big. I have one here too. There's actually a stalk of white jade lingji here. This stone of astral souls is cold to the touch. We're rich, we're rich. The 6 of them made a lot of discoveries. Shen Tainan was sweating profusely as he dug a big hole. In this hole, there was actually a millstone-sized stone of astral souls, and it was emitting spiritual energy. However, it seemed like he couldn't move such a big piece by himself. This piece must be something good. This time, he was really rich. Shen Tainan dug out the soil around the stone, wiped his sweat, and was about to call for help. At this moment, a hand. It rested on his shoulder, and it was actually very heavy. Don't mess around, quickly call for help. This piece is not small. There was no response. Snore, snore. Such a sound was heard, and a fishy smell followed. Snore, snore. Shintianan's body stiffened, and he slowly turned his head. He saw a huge tiger's head behind him, but this head was almost several times bigger than him. It opened its bloody mouth, revealing a bottomless esophagus, and its tongue swaying. When he turned his head, two lantern-sized eyeballs happened to meet his eyes. The beast behind him was obviously a little strange. It tilted its head with interest, and actually looked at the little guy under its paws with a somewhat cute look. What is this? Big eyes against small eyes. Shin Tai-nan immediately stiffened. At this moment, his heart really stopped beating. The tiger also seemed to be startled, and its two big eyeballs were somewhat frozen. Screams of horror came from all around. Star Beast. There's a three-tailed tiger. In the thick fog, more than 10 huge creatures slowly appeared. Three tails swayed slowly, swaying here and there, very beautiful. Ah! Shin Tai-nan screamed from the bottom of his heart, Teacher Qin. Save me. This was definitely the loudest he had ever screamed in his life. This shout seemed to have caused a great shock to the three-tailed tiger, and its large eyes instantly widened to the size of saucers. With a howl, its bloody mouth fell down with a crack. Qin Fangyang and the other two searched for a full 50 kilometers, but they did not find anything. The beasts they saw along the way were already very strong, and had long exceeded the range of what martial masters could deal with. The further they searched, the worse Qin Fangyang's expression became, and it was as gloomy as water. You have students who entered here? Another teacher asked curiously, didn't you say that they are not allowed to enter? Then he realized, of course, or the other student teams would be outside. But this one is disobedient. Qin Fangyang smiled bitterly. It's fine if he is disobedient, but I'm afraid he is already dead. That can't be right. The other teacher also became worried, and the two of them quickened their pace again. After about 10 kilometers, a strong smell of blood suddenly assaulted their nostrils. The two of them followed the smell, and with a glance, their expressions changed greatly. The empty space in front of them was a mess of flesh and blood. 7 to 8 beasts equivalent to human origin core realm cultivators, three-tailed tigers, were chewing on something. In the mouth of one of the three-tailed tigers, a human head was spat out. The face could be vaguely seen, and it was Shin Tai-nan. On the bloodied face, there was a trace of residual fear. Bastard! Qin Fangyang was so angry that he exploded on the spot. The two of them drew their swords and stepped forward. The swift and fierce sword light swept out in succession. They killed 7 or 8 three-tailed tigers in less than a quarter of an hour. However, they couldn't find any of Shintianan's team members even after searching everywhere. When they cut open the stomach of the three-tailed tiger, they saw that it was full of pieces that had not been digested. Sigh. After a long time, Qin Fangyang let out a long sigh. Other than regret and pain, he was amazed by Zhou Xiaoduo's physiognomy. It's really fate. It's really fucking weird. Old Luo, do you know? Yesterday, I broke all 6 of their legs, and it was all to prevent them from participating in this training. After that, I even called their parents and told them that they could not participate in the training. In the end, they still came, and all of them died here. Qin Fangyang's feelings were indescribable. As expected, it's hard to persuade a fucking ghost with kind words. Teacher Luo asked in puzzlement, I don't understand what you are saying. What else do you not understand? Do you still remember what Zhou Xiaoduo said at the school meeting? Did you not take what I said to heart? Of course I remember, but... Teacher Luo suddenly understood. You mean... That's right. Yesterday afternoon, because of the training today, I asked Swiss Xiao Duo to read the physiognomy of each team's leader. The other teams were fine, and at most, they were scared but not in danger. However, when he saw Shen Tianan's team, Swiss Xiao Duo said that this team would be in danger. But Shen Tainan didn't believe it. Qin Fangyang told him what had happened and said, because Swiss Xiao Duo's physiognomy was always right, and he never missed. To prevent any accidents, I deliberately went up and broke their legs while hiding my identity. I also called home and told them not to let them participate in the training, hoping that I could help them escape death. But how could they still come here? Why did they have to come to this place? Teacher Luo was shocked. It's true, this. Suddenly, he said in shock, this Swiss Xiao Duo, how could he read them so accurately? Qin Fangyang cleaned up the broken bodies of the students and said desolately, Swiss Xiao Duo once told me, Teacher Qin, even if you went up and broke their legs, it wouldn't affect their training. Sure enough. He said with infinite regret, I was wrong, and I was wrong. I should have stopped them this morning and broken their legs. Sigh. Teacher Luo was speechless for a while. After a long time, he finally said, Teacher Qin, you've already done your best. In terms of injuries, causing a comminuted fracture is already the limit. If you had really done it this morning, you wouldn't have been able to grasp the timing properly. You didn't even realize that they could still participate in the practical training, did you? Exactly. Qin Fangyang could only sigh. It's not a small accident this time, Wang Yao said. Teacher Luo was a little worried. He said, Teacher Qin, even if the school has a waiver and you have done what you should, you can have a clear conscience. But Shen Tianan's father is one of the richest people in Phoenix City. His son suddenly died, and he will definitely find trouble with you. Most likely, you can't avoid it. Please vote. In the afternoon, the League Master will update. Chapter 134. Qin Fangyang said indifferently, it's nothing. I called Shen Yushu last night and he promised me that he wouldn't let his son go out to train. Now that something has happened, it won't be easy to find me again. As a teacher, I've already done my best and have a clear conscience. Teacher Luo smiled bitterly. The problem now is, will Shen Yushu reason with you after his son died? Qin Fangyang said indifferently, if he doesn't reason with you, I'll try my best to appease him. What if you can't appease him? If I can't appease him? Qin Fangyang looked helpless. Then I really can't do anything. After all, his son died when I was teaching. Teacher Luo saw that his roundabout reminder didn't work, so he went straight to the point. Teacher Qin, Shen Yushu has an underworld background in his early years. I heard that his hands are stained with blood. With the disclaimer and your phone call, he might not do anything to you on the surface, but his actions in the dark. Anyway, you have to be careful. Qin Fangyang was silent for a moment, then said indifferently, underworld background, stained with blood. After so many years, I've almost forgotten that I killed a lot of people at the front line of Sun Moon Pass. I think there were more than 17,000 people, about this number. Qin Fangyang sighed softly. Shen Yushu's hands are stained with blood. But I don't know if it's as much as mine. Teacher Luo was completely stunned. This means why don't I understand that on the other side, Swiss Xiao Duo and the others were urging Li Chenglong to work. Swollen, come and look at this pile of shit. Swollen, there's another pile here. It's a bit dry. Swollen. Look at this pile. After the previous experience, everyone's enthusiasm was unprecedentedly high. Even a girl like Wan Lishou, who was known as a well-bred lady, was actually looking for shit everywhere. It was impossible not to admire this. After discovering the astral soul's intermittent grass, Li Chenglong had only walked 20 kilometers before he found clues in the feces of two types of astral beasts. Then, following the clues, he found an equally rare black blood vine. The main body of the dark blood vine didn't grow above the ground and only lived underground. There were only a few branches above the surface, making it extremely difficult to find. As for the contribution points gained from this wave, a conservative estimate would be more than 500 points. After finding the black blood vine, everyone's luck didn't decrease, and they found 3 more dragon ginsengs in a row. The series of gains made everyone's spirits rise, and their fighting spirit soared. There were many star beasts in this area. Their feces could be seen everywhere. This had also led to a lot of shouting and wrangling. Everyone was calling for Li Chenglong to look at their feces. Li Chenglong looked helpless. Not all feces have clues to follow. Most of them are worthless. There's no need to look at them all. Li Zhongming. This is clearly someone's poop. And you want me to take a look? Blurg. Wan Lixio bent over and vomited. Zuo was overjoyed. Let's move on. We've earned almost 2,000 contribution points now. Keep it up, brothers. Everyone moved forward for a while, and they were about to reach the edge of the cordon. Zuo Xiaoduo looked at the gray fog in the distance, and a strange color flashed in his eyes. This was the result of the convergence of the aura-gazing technique and the physiognomy technique. With a glance, he could keenly observe that there were countless murderous auras in the gray fog. There were also countless souls wailing. First, left, then right. Don't move forward. Zuo Xiaoduo warned his teammates. Almost every few minutes, there would be a meteor shower crashing down from the sky. The entire land was trembling almost at any time. After moving forward for a few dozen meters, Li Chenglong's eyes were quick. Catch that snake with claws. In the grass, between a few stones, there was a snake's tail quickly disappearing. Where are you going? Wan Lixio was the closest to the snake. She took a big stride forward and grabbed the snake's tail in her hand. She used her strength to pull the snake out. Long Yuxing's eyebrows twitched. He suddenly lost some of his expectations for this life. Everyone took a closer look and saw that the snake had a vicious appearance. It actually had 6 claws. Even though it was being held, it was still struggling with all its might. Well, it was more like a strange lizard than a snake. It was just that its body was too slender. Although the snake's tail was caught, its body was still baring its fangs and brandishing its claws in the air. It kept twisting and struggling, and even tried to bite Wan Lixio. Wan Lixio flicked the finger of her other hand and hit the snake 7 inches. The strange snake immediately became obedient. Li Chenglong's eyes lit up. He said excitedly, "This is a 6-clawed snake, also known as the 6-clawed lizard of the Clear Flute Island. It's useless. This snake isn't a star beast yet. It's just a wild beast. However, if it eats a lot of 9-joint centipedes, it will have a chance to grow a 7th claw. At that time, it can condense a star core and become a star beast. This snake has no value now. It's useless and can't be exchanged for contribution points. However, the value of a 9-segmented centipede is not cheap. It never moves on the ground. As long as it is exposed to sunlight, it will die in a very short period of time. The 9-segmented centipede itself is an extremely rare medicinal ingredient. 1 kilogram of 9-segmented centipede can be exchanged for 200 contribution points. If you find a centipede that has evolved into a 10-segmented centipede, just one of them can be exchanged for 200 contribution points. If a 9-joint centipede wants to evolve to 10-joint centipedes, it needs the help of Yang Star Grass. Yang Star Grass is a legendary special medicinal material that can bring ordinary people back to life. Its value is even higher. Li Chenglong said, the appearance of yang star grass is no different from other weeds. It's impossible to distinguish it with the naked eye. However, Sua Xiaoduo smiled. Chenglong, can you not keep us guessing? Just tell us what it is, okay? Li Chenglong said angrily, when you need me, you call me Chenglong. When you don't need me, you call me Swollen. How can I not call you Swollen? Sua Xiaoduo's face changed. Cut the crap. Just tell me the answer. Do you think I don't dare to teach you a lesson here? Li Chenglong immediately gave in. Actually, the method is very simple. Just use high temperature. Pull out this patch of grass and put it under the sun. After an hour, if it still doesn't wither and remains green, then it's the sun-returning grass. Ordinary weeds won't be able to last for that long. In other words, where there's a 6-clawed snake, there might not necessarily be a 9-joint centipede. However, there must be yang star grass near the 9-joint centipede's nest. Later, we'll lift all the rocks and see if there's a 9-joint centipede's nest. If there is, we'll probably make a fortune again. Sua Xiaoduo laughed. Swollen, I was right to bring you along this time. Li Chenglong was embarrassed and angry. I've worked so hard. Can't I not call myself Swollen? Swollen is good. Swollen is good. Swollen is good. The few of them exerted their strength together and lifted up the ground in this area. When it reached the edge of the gray fog, Sua Xiaoduo exerted his strength and lifted up a few hundred feet of the ground. Immediately after, a large number of ferocious centipedes appeared and scurried around on the ground. However, as soon as they came into contact with light, their movements immediately became sluggish. After a while, they all lay on the ground and lost their vitality. After a while, the ground was covered with a dense pile of dead centipedes. There were no less than a few thousand of them. 9-joint centipedes are afraid of sunlight. Sunlight can be said to be their death talisman. However, if they want to advance, they have to eat the sun-returning grass, which contains a lot of sunlight energy. Li Chenglong sighed. This is probably a manifestation of the law of nature's biological chain. It's really breathtaking. It's a wonder. There are still 3 moving over there. They're not dead yet. Wan Lixiu's eyes were sharp. She pointed at the innermost area covered by shadows. Wan Lixiu was a girl after all. Although she was not afraid of anything, when she saw thousands of disgusting insects, she still felt numb and goosebumps all over her body. However, humans were like this. When they didn't want to look, they couldn't look away. Now, they accidentally found something that the others didn't notice. Li Chenglong was overjoyed when he saw it. Those are the 10-segment advanced centipedes. Quickly catch them. Oh right, be careful. A 10-joint advanced centipede is already a star beast. It has a certain degree of aggressiveness. Damn. There's an 11-joint one. Sua, it's your turn now. Li Chenglong shouted excitedly and began to direct Sua. Quickly, focus on that 11-joint one. You must be careful. Besides being an advanced star beast, this thing is also highly poisonous. When Sua Xiaoduo heard that it was highly poisonous, he immediately changed his tactics. A white jade gourd flew over. With a crisp crack, the 11-joint centipede, which was already jade-textured, fell to the ground and rolled twice. Do you want it dead or alive? Don't want it alive. It's better if it's dead, but it's best to leave its torso intact. That thing is worth a lot of money. Before he finished speaking, a white jade button had already been precisely embedded into the large centipede's neck. The others didn't even see how Sua Xiaoduo did it. Sua's hidden weapons are getting better and better. Sua is wise, benevolent, righteous, and wise. He will rule the world for thousands of years. Quickly, pack up. There were thousands of 9-legged centipedes here. Li Chenglong stuffed a gunny sack to the brim. He weighed it in his hand. There are so many of them. 6 kilograms is enough. We're really rich this time. 1 kilogram is 200 yuan. 6 kilograms is 1,200 yuan. There are also the 3/10 section ones, which cost another 600 points. So, the 11th section ones cost a whopping 2,000 contribution points. Holy shit, just the profits from these centipedes alone are close to 4,000 contribution points. Li Chenglong couldn't stay calm anymore. The rewards from today's mission were not just bountiful. Jane had really reaped a bountiful harvest. She had made a huge profit. Quickly, dig up the soil and start looking for the sun-returning grass. The 6 of them continued to be excited and worked in high spirits. Chapter 135. Soon, all the grass within a 2-kilometer radius was turned over and gathered in one place. It was currently noon. The sun was high in the sky, and the grass was pointing upwards. According to Li Chenglong's explanation, they would be able to distinguish it very soon. However, Zhou Xiaoduo was unhappy. After asking Li Chenglong for confirmation, he used the first layer of the Flaming Sun Sutra, Flaming Sun, to coordinate with him. In just a moment, the temperature of the surrounding area rose. In less than an hour, 99% of the grass that had been piled up like a mountain had withered. As most of the grass withered, the special green weeds that were originally hidden in the grass revealed themselves. These unique plants had lush green leaves and delicate white roots. They were not affected by the high temperature at all. This is the sun-returning grass. Legend has it that it has the ability to bring the dead back to life. Li Chenglong shouted, "Don't touch it. This thing needs to be stored in a wooden box. Don't use a jade box. The jade box is cold and will dilute the medicinal properties. If you don't prepare a wooden box, you can just take it from the surrounding tree stumps." Damn, there are 123 of them. Not bad, not bad. This thing is worth 20 contribution points each. These are worth another 2,400 contribution points. Li Chenglong was so excited that he was trembling. "Zhua, we have almost 8,000 contribution points now. I've only heard that the rewards from the training were bountiful and that getting rich overnight was nothing. I thought they were just exaggerating. Now that the truth is in front of us, it's really easy." Easy. Long Yuxing and Wanli Xiu were speechless at Li Chenglong's words. They even wanted to look down on him. Everyone's gains this time were indeed amazing. They had not encountered any danger during the training so far. It could be described as easy. However, this easy was built on the fact that there was an abnormal person in the group. Which one of the martial arts students in the school did not complain about the difficulty of earning contribution points? They worked hard to dig up meteorites. There might not even be one jade of astral souls in 100 meteorites. Even if there was a jade of astral souls in 100 meteorites, there might not even be one jade of middle grade. Easy. It was not easy to find a spiritual herb that was about to mature. However, there was bound to be a vicious beast or a star beast guarding the herb. After a big battle, it was normal for the members to be covered in wounds. However, even if they were lucky enough to get 100 or so contribution points, they could count themselves lucky. Most of the time, they would only get a few dozen contribution points. Moreover, they were risking their lives. How could it be easy? Perhaps some people would say that what Li Chenglong said could be done by anyone. Take the sun-returning grass as an example. Everyone knew about the relationship between the 9-segment centipede and the sun-returning grass. What was so difficult about it? However, the real problem was that the 9-segment centipedes basically lived underground. They moved around silently, so who knew where they lived? As for the 6-clawed snake at the very beginning, it wasn't even an astral beast, yet it had become the key to this harvest. In the vast sea of knowledge, it seemed easy and inconspicuous to pick out a single piece of relationship. However, to be able to combine theory with reality at any time and any place, and to quickly come to a conclusion, that was a result that could only be achieved after mastering countless pieces of knowledge. This was an extraordinary ability that ordinary people did not even dare to think about. Easy. Aside from Li Chenglong, the other 5 secretly sighed in their hearts. If these words were heard by other martial masters or cultivators, even if they didn't kill him, they would imprison him and make him serve them for a lifetime, until he died. Everyone turned to chopping trees to make wooden boxes. They were full of joy and did not feel tired at all. Sua Xiaoduo was also about to move. However, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. He stood up cautiously and looked around. He could not help but frown. When he looked at Li Chenglong and the others, his frown deepened. Their faces were covered in a layer of bad luck, which was rapidly gathering. Is this the reverse of luck? Are we going to be unlucky? Sua Xiaoduo ordered, everyone, don't move. Come back and form a triangular formation. Be careful of any accidents. Li Chenglong and the others were puzzled when they heard this. However, no one questioned it. They all retreated to Sua Xiaoduo's side to be on guard. Wan Li Xiu frowned and said, Boss, is there something wrong? I just felt upset. It came inexplicably, but it felt very real. Sua Xiaoduo chuckled and said, a girl's intuition is indeed more sensitive than rough men like us. Long Yuxing, your wife's intuition is so sensitive. I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to set up flags outside in the future. Long Yuxing's face turned red and he said, you're the one setting up flags outside. Seeing Sua Xiaoduo talking and laughing, the others calmed down a little. Seeing that Sua was still in the mood to joke, even if there was trouble, it would not be too big. Whoosh! A saber appeared out of nowhere and fell from the sky. There was a red silk tie to the saber. The other party probably did not use much strength. The saber was stuck in the ground. Only half of the saber was in the ground. The remaining half was swaying gently. As the saber swayed, the red silk at the hilt swayed as well. It was extremely eye-catching. Ha ha ha. With a loud laugh, 3 people, 3 young men, emerged from the dense grass with a meaningful look on their faces. Very good. It's rare for you to find so many things that others can't find. You're talented. You're really talented. I admire you. The young man in the middle, in such a chaotic environment, was wearing a spotless white robe. He was waving a fan in his hand and said in a carefree manner, not bad, not bad. You're worthy of praise. Sua Xiaoduo narrowed his eyes and said, if you have something to say, say it quickly. What do you want to do by disturbing us? Say it quickly. I don't have that much time to listen to your chatter. Oh, I really didn't expect you to be so arrogant. The young man put away his folding fan and said with a faint smile, the 3 of us are called the 3 young masters of Fengqing. We're quite famous. I believe you've heard of us before. The 3 young masters of Fengqing. Hearing this name, Li Chenglong and the others' faces darkened. The 3 young masters of Fengqing were students of No. 1 middle school. It was said that these 3 students came from very good families. Their fathers' and mothers' families had some power. The 3 of them were also very hard-working. They reached the Xiantian realm in their 20s. As a result, they were usually domineering in No. 1 middle school. Under the guise of students should solve their own problems. Teachers should not interfere, they did whatever they wanted in number 1 middle school. How did they meet these 3 troublemakers here? 3 Xiantian realm cultivators. For Li Chenglong, Zhou Xiaoduo, and the others, they could be said to be experts. Say it. What do you want? Zhou Xiaoduo snorted. The 3 young masters of Fengqing. It seems that they want to blackmail me. You've been busy for a long time. We won't ask too much. We want half of the sun-returning grass and the 9-segment centipedes. The young man opened his folding fan with a swoosh and slowly waved it. The 3 of us will accept your kind intentions. I'm Ting Hao. Thank you for your kindness. Wan Lixiu was so angry that her face turned red. Who said I'm giving it to you? You're so thick-skinned. Not giving it to me. It's best if you don't give it to me. Ting Hao smiled maliciously and said, I was hoping you wouldn't give it to me. Zhou Xiaoduo looked at Li Chenglong and the others. The bad luck was still gathering. His heart suddenly moved and his brows furrowed. Could it be that these 3 people were not the source of the bad luck? Then there were other dangers. I must end this quickly. Thinking of this, Zhou Xiaoduo suddenly raised his head and laughed heartily. Teacher Qin, we'll solve this problem ourselves. Then he took 3 big steps forward. Since you've made up your mind, let's cut the crap. It's impossible for you to take away our benefits with empty words. Let's fight. Come and fight with me. If you win, you can take all the benefits here. If you lose, don't blame us for being stingy. Come. You're Ting Hao, right? Come. Let Grandpa's will weigh you. Ting Hao was disturbed by the way he called out Teacher Qin. Was there a teacher nearby? Didn't he say there wasn't? He couldn't help but show a dignified expression. You? Yes, it's me. Zhou Xiaoduo carried his big knife and looked very powerful. With this axe of yours. Bah, this is a knife. Zhou Xiaoduo was furious. He took a big step forward and smashed his axe down. If you want to rob, then rob. If you want to fight, then fight. Why are you nagging endlessly? Can't you show some respect for your profession? You're a robber, not a mouthpiece. Ting Hao raised his foot and the saber on the ground returned to his hand. Without dodging, Ting Hao met the saber head-on. The 2 sabers collided and a loud bang was heard. Ting Hao chuckled and said, Since you don't want face, I will let you know what it means to be a Xiantian warrior. He was secretly shocked. This guy's knife is so heavy. Noisy. Zhou Xiaoduo turned over and smashed his big axe. Oh, his big knife again. After all, Ting Hao had already reached the Xiantian realm, and his strength was much stronger than Zhou Xiaoduo's. Moreover, Ting Hao didn't have any tricks up his sleeves. Zhou Xiaoduo only felt a tightness in his chest as he was sent flying 30 feet away from the impact of the collision. Long Yuxing and the others came to help. Zhou Xiaoduo shouted, Don't worry about me. Pay attention to your surroundings. Danger is coming. As he spoke, he once again leaped into the air without stopping. Suddenly, a blazing light bloomed in the air along with his saber. It was impossible not to use the flaming sun scripture. At this moment, he was like a sun that suddenly fell from the sky. Ting Hao hadn't even landed on the ground yet, but the heat wave had already enveloped him. Even the air within the radius of the heat wave was burned up, making it difficult to breathe. Ting Hao was shocked. Without thinking, he let out a roar and attacked with all his strength, launching a fierce counterattack. With another loud bang, Zhou Xiaoduo was sent flying 10 feet into the air. He even spat out a mouthful of blood. However, Ting Hao didn't have it easy either. Although his cultivation level and strength were much higher than Zhou Xiaoduo's, he still had the upper hand in this fight. He didn't even move his feet and sent Shuoxiaoduo flying. However, Shuoxiaoduo's knife was too heavy. Tinghao's knife was only 7 to 8 jin, but Shuoxiaoduo's knife was more than 300 jin. Tinghao jumped up and smashed down again. He was in a higher position and his strength was even more powerful. What was worse was that when the two knives collided, the blazing power passed through the knife in an unprecedented way and directly invaded Tinghao's meridians. Tinghao, who didn't have to worry about this, only felt that his internal organs were burning. It was as if his body was suddenly invaded by a raging flame and was burning fiercely. In a trance, he only felt his vision darken, and the vigorous strength that was originally flowing through his body seemed to have disappeared in an instant. With a loud cry, he suddenly fell to the ground. The clothes on his body were actually dried and cracked by the heat that was overflowing from the surface of his body, and even his hair was in a curly state. Then, Tinghao followed in Shuoxiaoduo's footsteps and spat out a mouthful of blood. However, even this mouthful of blood was steaming hot. There were even traces of black ashes in it. Then, he saw that Tinghao's exposed skin was covered in blisters, like the bubbles on the surface of the water in the spring rain. Large patches of blisters connected together. The other two young men were shocked. They quickly rushed over to check on Tinghao's condition. Shuoxiaoduo, who was in mid-air, didn't hesitate. He raised his big knife and his whole body was boiling with heat waves. The fiery sun of the flaming sun sutra was activated to the extreme. Once again, he violently smashed down, "Damn it, how dare you steal from me? Don't you know who the #1 bully in Phoenix City is? That if I said I was tired and passed out, would you believe me? Fourth watch again. Please vote. Please subscribe. Please support." Chapter 136. The two young men roared angrily and pulled out their weapons at the same time. They also reserved a considerable amount of energy to protect their dantian and internal organs. Their cultivation was on par with Shuoxiaoduo. They were both at the Xiantian level and could see through the cultivation of Shuoxiaoduo and the others. Although Tinghao was in a miserable state, they were confident that Shuoxiaoduo was only using a special technique and Shuoxiaoduo was not prepared for it. Thus, Shuoxiaoduo was able to take advantage of the gap and succeed. Now that the two of them had joined forces to protect their dantian and internal organs, they were not afraid of Shuoxiaoduo's attack. Unfortunately, they were too naive. Even if the two of them joined forces to protect their dantian and internal organs, it was still useless. The high temperature created by Shuoxiaoduo had reached a level that humans could not withstand. Tinghao's clothes on the ground had even started to burn. Another loud bang was heard as the weapons collided once again. Shuoxiaoduo spat out another mouthful of blood and was sent flying again. This time, he was sent flying even more severely. When he landed on the ground, he could barely get up. His small face had turned deathly pale. However, the two young men opposite him were in an even worse situation. They felt as if their internal organs were being roasted by a raging fire. The water in their bodies was almost instantly sucked dry. Their hair was extremely curly, and some even directly turned into powder and fell to the ground. His clothes had also turned into pieces of dried leaves. The blisters on his body started to appear in large patches. Even though their cultivation was much higher than Shuoxiaoduo's, they were still unable to withstand a single blow from a mystical technique like the Flaming Sun scripture. The difference in cultivation realms, when contrasted with one's true strength, was an almost insurmountable chasm. However, the Flaming Sun scripture ignored the difference in cultivation realms. With its characteristic of burning everything, it directly burned the opponent's internal organs until they were severely injured. Yu Moyan and Long Yuxing immediately ran over and helped Shuoxiaoduo up. They were ready to attack at any time. "Boss, are you alright?" "Puff. I'm fine." Duo spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. He felt dizzy and saw stars, but he still held on. He took a deep breath and grabbed the dragon blood flying dagger in his hand. He was racing against time to absorb the spiritual energy inside the dagger to recover. He gasped for a few more breaths before he said, "Help me over there." On the other side, the three young masters of Feng Qing were miserably lying on the ground. These three fellows were on the verge of death and didn't even dare to move. Their entire bodies were covered in blisters, the kind that was transparent like a bag of water. In fact, the injuries on their bodies were not very serious. They only needed to rest for a while. When the burning sensation subsided, they would be able to recover. Even the blisters on their bodies did not affect them much. After all, they were Xiantian-level practitioners. Their recovery ability was far above ordinary people. However, the premise was that they needed time. Now, they were exhausted and injured. They had almost lost all their combat power. Any one of the 6 people on Xuexiaoduo's side could take their lives. The 3 of them were full of regret. They had already gained a lot of things this time, but they were obsessed. They thought that they were going to pick up a soft persimmon, but they didn't expect to kick an iron plate. This guy was only a martial master, but he was so strong. A martial master defeated 3 Xiantian experts. It was unbelievable. Seeing Xuexiaoduo coming over, the 3 of them were frightened. "You. What are you going to do?" The 3 of them were terrified of Xuexiaoduo. Of course, they were even more afraid that Xuexiaoduo would kill them. The 3 of them were the ones who provoked him first. It was reasonable that they were killed. Moreover, there were all his people here. If they really died, it would be quiet. Xuexiaoduo looked at the 3 of them and grinned. "You're the 3 young masters of Feng Qing, right? I officially announce that I've taken a liking to you, starting from today." In the face of the fiendish Master Zhua, the 3 men, who had been overflowing with arrogance a moment ago, started to tremble like quails in the cold wind. What did he mean by taking a liking to us? Could it be that the 3 of us are handsome and dashing, so she has some indecent and filthy thoughts? No, we're all straight men of steel. But he said that he had taken a liking to us, so he wouldn't kill us, right? At the critical moment of life and death, it was easy to lose focus. Xuexiaoduo staggered over and sneered. "I don't care why you're here. This is not the territory of number 1 middle school. It doesn't make sense for you to be here." Xuexiaoduo's voice carried a kind of affirmation, as well as an indescribable rhythm, but it had its own rhythms. The 3 of them on the ground became more and more panicked. "I'm not interested to know who ordered you to be here. Although, you must have been ordered by someone to be here. If it wasn't for someone leading the way, how could you run into us so coincidentally?" The 3 of them became more and more panicked. "I'm also not interested to know what you've received, what you're trying to do, and what your real purpose is." Xuexiaoduo said firmly, "The only thing I'm interested in is that I've taken a liking to you." Xuexiaoduo spoke arrogantly while listening to the movements around him calmly. However, his posture remained the same, and his eyes never looked around. He was standing in front of the 3 unlucky people in front of him. Li Chenglong rolled his eyes and said in a low voice, "Boss, are you saying that these 3 guys didn't meet by chance? That they're here to rob us?" "Wrong." Xuexiaoduo sneered and said, "They're not here to rob us. They're here to make trouble for us. To be more precise, they're here to make trouble for me." "Why?" "It's simple. If they want to rob us, they won't come up and say that they'll leave half of it for us. Taking half of it is already an irreconcilable feud. Why would they let the other half go?" Also, they've been staring at me and talking to me since they came. After I stood out to fight, they focused all their attention on me. They didn't even look at you guys out of the corner of their eyes. With their cultivation and strength, they don't need to pay so much attention to me. When it came to the battle, he used all his strength and wanted to take me down in one fell swoop. This is already enough to explain many problems. Sua Xiaoduo felt that the foundation of the dragon blood-flying dagger was rapidly replenishing his deficit. In just a short while, he had already recovered 70 to 80% of his injuries. He couldn't help but feel relieved. They even want to kill me. Sua Xiaoduo rolled his eyes and raised his head, saying, "Teacher Qin, you don't have to come down. We can handle it ourselves." Wanli Xiao and the others. Could it be that Teacher Qin is watching over us now? Sua Xiaoduo looked at the three people in front of him and smiled faintly. He took a few steps forward and began to search them. "You. What are you doing? What am I doing? Of course, I'm taking away your earnings. You relied on your cultivation and strength to rob us of our earnings. Now, the tables have turned. Of course, you'll be taken away." Sua Xiaoduo searched them one by one and took all their earnings this time. Then, he threw them to Li Chenglong, saying, "This windfall is ours. We'll divide it equally like before." "Yes, sir. However, the money they have belongs to me alone." Sua Xiaoduo took the total of 4,587 yuan and put it into his pocket, not leaving a single cent behind. He then angrily kicked the three of them a few times and scolded, "Three poor bastards. How dare you rob us with such little money?" He kicked them a few more times in anger and said disdainfully, "How dare you call yourselves the three young masters of Fengqing with such little wealth? Aren't you afraid that the wind will cut your tongues?" The three people were in so much pain that they wished they were dead. However, they didn't dare to say anything. The three of them had now thoroughly understood that although the kid in front of them was much weaker than them, he had practiced an extremely strange cultivation technique that was beyond the scope of the three of them. That strange yuan qi really made the three of them feel helpless. Just the suppression of the Xiantian realm was useless against this kid. They could only watch helplessly as they were robbed and didn't dare to resist. This kid's hand was like a high-temperature furnace. If you struggled a little, his fingers would tap here and there, and there would be 17 or 18 bell-like blisters on your body. This weapon is not bad. It's like casting pearls before swine. Sua Xiaoduo took it without hesitation. This folding fan. It's actually woven with the astral silk as the base. Not bad, not bad. Why do you only have so little jade of astral souls? Sua Xiaoduo also took the jade of astral souls. Even if you don't find it embarrassing, I do. Seeing that there was really nothing left, he said disappointedly, "It's too extravagant for the three of you to have 3 mobile phones. You have no problem with me taking 2 of them, right? Leaving one for contact and rescue is enough. Your watches. They really don't suit you. I think they suit me quite well. Thank you. Come, write a letter to prove that you have given all these to me." "Yes, write this. We are willing to give the knife, folding fan, jade of astral souls, harvest, watches, mobile phones. To Sua Xiaoduo for free. Long live friendship. Okay, sign below and write your ID number. Come, write your names first, then press your thumbprints. Okay, not bad, not bad. Sigh, you're all Zayantians. Your handwriting is so ugly. Who's your language teacher? He's really misleading the students. There's another one. The content is as follows: in the future, whenever we get something good, we will give it to Sua Xiaoduo for free. Once a week, we will never go back on our words. Otherwise, we will be struck by lightning and never reincarnate. If we violate this oath, our son will not have an anus. Come, sign and press your thumbprints. Oh, write down your class and home address. If I can't find you in school, I'll go to your houses. Isn't this a happy ending for everyone? Chapter 137. Xiao Duo chuckled and carefully put away the 6 pieces of paper into his pocket. He then cheerfully said, I like people like you who are loyal and loyal. Let's do it this way. In the future, you can come to me once a week. If you don't have time, I can go to you. Since you don't come on Saturday, I'll go to you on Sunday. Well, Sunday is the only rest day every week, so I'll go on Monday. I'll go to number 1 middle school and report my name as Feng Chang's 3rd young master. I believe it'll be easy to find you, right? Every dog has its day. If the mountain doesn't turn, the water will turn. If the water doesn't turn, the heart will turn. If you don't turn, I'll turn too. Xiao Duo hummed a song. When I go back, I'll make a few copies of this. I'll also make a few copies of it online and email. Well, I'll also send a few copies to them. If I die, you can give it to them. Especially this girl, the governor's daughter. If I die, you can give it to her. If you can curry favor with her, it'll be a good thing for you. Well, that's it. I'm very happy to meet you 3 new friends today. Ting Hao, Xiao Fei, Han Ping. Right? Very good, very good. We'll be a family in the future. We'll take care of each other with all sincerity. If there's a blessing, I'll enjoy it. If there's a misfortune, you 3 will bear it. From now on, we'll be free and easy. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Ting Hao, Xiao Fei, and Han Ping. Their intestines were swollen with regret. There's actually the governor's daughter among them. This time. It's a done deal. Xiao Duo paced back and forth. Your boss Sua is tight on money now. If you guys are smart and sensible, then get more. Robbery is a skill. Do you guys need to use some strategy in the future? I like the new kind of money that's connected to each other. The 3 of them wanted to die now. What kind of person is this? After we rob, do we have to sell it to the bank and exchange it for new money? Does the service need to be so considerate? Li Chenglong asked from the side, Boss, do you know who ordered them? Xiao Duo coughed and rolled his eyes at him. He didn't care about this topic and said, Oh right, Teacher Qin is still up there. Remember to prepare a set for Teacher Qin. Everyone who sees him has a share, everyone who sees him has a share. Li Chenglong coughed and said, Of course, we can't do without him. We still have to prepare a large portion. Xiao Duo cursed. At this moment, the grass rustled. Xiao Duo also noticed that the bad luck on Li Chenglong's and the others' faces was rapidly spreading. Get down. Xiao Duo let out a loud roar. He spread his arms and knocked down all 5 of his companions. There was only one thought in his mind, what the fuck, I can't believe they weren't scared. Teacher Qin's reputation isn't strong enough. Sigh, this little fatty's words are really asking for a beating. Puff, puff, puff. A series of sounds were heard. Xiao Duo felt a sharp pain on his back and his vision turned black. Li Chenglong and the others beside him were also groaning. Their bodies were constantly twitching, and their screams were stuck in their throats. Move forward. Xiao Duo squeezed out 2 words. The 6 of them quickly moved forward 30 feet while lying on the ground. This movement made the pain on their backs even worse. They almost fainted on the spot. Puff, puff, puff. A series of hidden weapons were nailed to the place where they were lying on the ground. If they hadn't fled in such a hurry, there would have been casualties among the 6 of them. Duo stretched out his hand and pulled out a dart from his back. He sucked in a breath of cold air and jumped up. Ignoring the blood that was gushing out, he roared towards the sky, "Teacher Qin." Qin Fangyang couldn't hear him at all. Fortunately, although Teacher Qin wasn't here, there were still others. Swoosh, swoosh. A series of shadows flashed. Lu Jianqing and his 10 brothers jumped out angrily from all directions. They had been nearby the whole time. When Ting Hao and the others came to provoke them, Lu Jianqing wanted to take action. However, after a round of fierce fighting, Xiaoduo's side had gained the upper hand. Naturally, he didn't take action. After all, the experiential learning was a training for warriors. It was better for them not to get involved. It was because they were a little far away that they didn't notice that there were other enemies hiding in the dark, eyeing them covetously. Moreover, they attacked with thunderous attacks, intending to kill them. At this moment, when the people hiding in the dark saw Lu Jianqing and the others appear, they didn't fight. Instead, they quickly turned around in the bushes and went far away in a flash. "Old 8 and Old 9, stay. The rest of you, follow me." Lu Jianqing and the others chased after them like fierce tigers coming down from the mountain. After Xiaoduo shouted for help, he hurriedly turned around to check on the injuries of Long Yuxing and the other 4. Fortunately, he had been on guard all along. When there was a commotion, he immediately laid down. Other than himself, who was slightly behind because he brought a few people with him, the rest of them were basically on their butts and thighs. Their injuries weren't too serious. Li Chenglong trembled as he pulled out the dart from his buttocks. He said with lingering fear in his heart, "Boss. If you hadn't raised your head and shouted 'Teacher Qin' earlier, I'm afraid we'd all be finished today." Swollen was also a clever person. He had already understood half of the situation just now. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to link up with Xiaoduo's words so well. In fact, when Xiaoduo and the others didn't succeed, the enemy had already come close. Then, with the cooperation of Li Chenglong and Xiaoduo, it was as if they worked together to set up an empty fort strategy. They succeeded in making the enemy hesitate for a while. If they had taken action immediately, the 6 of them would have been dead by now. But in the end, it was the little fatty who exposed himself. When he said that he wanted to prepare a large portion for Teacher Qin, it was completely exposed. How could Qin Fangyang be a person who took things from students? Willow dart. Li Chenglong trembled in pain. The dart in his buttocks had almost penetrated his buttocks and was stuck in his bones. The pain was indescribable when he pulled it out. Wanli Xiu's thigh was stabbed. It should have been easier to deal with among them. But the problem was that there were no women here. Long Yuxing, find a place to help Xiu Er deal with it. Anyway, you guys will be honest with each other sooner or later. It doesn't matter. Li Chenglong was trembling in pain and actually teasing others. Wanli Xiu originally intended to let Long Yuxing deal with her wound. But after hearing Swollen's words, Wanli Xiu was so embarrassed that she wanted to die. No matter what, she wouldn't let Long Yuxing deal with it. In the end, she found a place to hide from others. She sucked in cold air and dealt with her wound while muttering curses at Li Chenglong and Long Yuxing. "You stinky mouth." Long Yuxing and Xiaoduo scolded Li Chenglong together. Xiaoduo was puzzled. Where did Qin Fangyang go? Logically speaking, he should be the first person to guard the surroundings. It didn't make sense that he couldn't be seen after such a long time. Now that such a big thing had happened, he still couldn't be seen. This shouldn't be. Li Chenglong held the dart and looked at it. His face was gloomy. This is Mu Yunfeng's dart. Li Chenglong scolded angrily, "That bastard. It's him. Are you sure? Sua Xiaoduo expressed his disappointment towards Li Chenglong's conclusion, the kind of extreme disappointment. If it was really Mu Yunfeng's dart, then this matter involved the Umno alliance. In that case, it was almost certain that Ting Hao and the others would enter Star Shield. Then, what was the use of keeping those notes? Sua Xiaoduo was so depressed that he wanted to die. I finally found a proper long-term source of income after much difficulty. Sigh, how long will it take for them to be released? It should be fine for the time being. Sua Xiaoduo's back was severely injured. Blood was flowing out. Li Zhongming had been treating his wound for a while, but several pieces of gauze were soaked and barely stopped the bleeding. Sua Xiaoduo looked at everyone's faces again and finally felt relieved. The bad luck is finally gone. But why didn't we see through the changes this time? Yesterday, I saw that there was no danger. Is this what it means to be scared but not in danger? Then this category of scared but not in danger seems to have to be expanded in the future. As long as there is no danger to life, then it is scared but not in danger. Can it be explained like this? Sua Xiaoduo couldn't figure it out no matter how much he thought about it. Could it be a coincidence, a last-minute idea? But this shouldn't be. Sua Xiaoduo frowned and muttered. At this moment. On the top floor of Second High's office building. Jiang Zhongbin stood respectfully at the door. Teacher, have you rested well? I'm here. I'm Jiang Zhongbin. The door opened. He Yuanyue was a little annoyed. Why are you so late? Didn't I ask you to come earlier? Jiang Zhongbin bowed humbly and smiled apologetically. He helped Yuanyue to sit down, wiped his sweat, and said flatteringly, Teacher. I had something to do at the last minute. I'm late, please forgive me. Yuanyue sighed and rolled her eyes at him. As Jiang Zhongbin's teacher, Yuanyue understood this student to the bone. This kid was obviously afraid of disturbing her rest, so he deliberately came late. Teacher, do you have any instructions for me? Jiang Zhongbin diligently massaged Yuanyue's shoulders and temples. His technique was experienced and his strength was moderate. Obviously, he was quite experienced. Teacher, please try this massage technique that I just learned. How is it? Bin, you're so considerate. Yuanyue sighed. As the director of SHIELD, Jiang Zhongbin actually went to learn massage. It was easy to imagine what his intentions were. Jiang Zhongbin's eyes were a little red after hearing her praise. He said, It's what I should do. Zhongbin just hates that I haven't done enough for you. You've done very well. Yuanyue closed her eyes and said, I'm very gratified. The reason I called you here today is indeed because there's an important matter. A very, very important matter. The people involved are very sensitive. I've been hesitating for a few days, and even now, I still haven't decided if I should tell you or how to tell you. Yuanyue said softly. Please feel free to speak your mind. Jiang Zhongbin subconsciously held his breath. In the afternoon, the chief updated. He really didn't have any chapters left. Sigh, who could have hundreds of thousands of chapters left? There was only one person who could do this in the online literature industry since ancient times. His heart was stifled. Begging for monthly votes, subscriptions, and recommendations. Chapter 138. Jiang Zhongbin felt his scalp go numb. Something that could make Yuanyue hesitate for so long, something that could make Yuanyue hesitate for so long. Jiang Zhongbin instinctively smelled the scent of a monstrous wave. Yuanyue muttered to herself, her face showing a hesitant expression. Her white hair was fluttering in the wind. This was a sign that she was deep in thought. Her brows were tightly knitted, and her eyes were unusually solemn. As she muttered to herself for a long time, Chief Zhang's heart grew heavier and heavier. He knew very well that in recent years, there were not many things that could make the old principal so cautious and deliberate. Now, she had called in advance and asked him to come in secret. After coming, she was still hesitating and deliberating the words to speak. Then, this matter would most likely be of earth-shattering importance. Then, the people involved in this matter would most likely be unprecedentedly important. As Yuanyue continued to ponder, Jiang Zhangbin almost didn't dare to breathe loudly. A layer of cold sweat quietly appeared on his shiny scalp. Even his heart was beating faster and faster, but he had to control himself and not dare to breathe loudly for fear of interrupting Yuanyue's thoughts. Just how important was this matter? Finally, Yuanyue said, "Sister Lan, please stand guard at the door. Use the power of your astral souls to isolate my office." Okay. The sweat on Jiang Zhangbin's forehead rolled down in an instant. The two of them were already here, and Sister Lan was actually still needed to isolate the information. After a long time, in a deathly silent atmosphere, Yuanyue finally spoke. "Zhangbin, what is the highest power that you can use now? How much exactly?" Yuanyue finally spoke. But once she opened her mouth, just one sentence, not only did Jiang Zhangbin's mood not relax, but it made him even more nervous. His mind was tense like never before. He thought seriously and said, "The combat power that Star's Shield has stationed in Phoenix City includes 2 nascent soul cultivators and 11 primordial core grandmasters. But these primordial core cultivators, when they walked the thorny road back then, they didn't exceed 6 levels." Yuanyue slowly shook her head. "Not enough. Far from enough. In addition, I am confident that I can invite Kunlun Dao Sec's Mu Yanyan and Zizai Dao Sec's teacher Qiu to help. These two are peak nascent soul experts." Jiang Zhangbin slowly considered who he could get help from and who he could rely on. "Other than that, I can also get help from the governor's office and the city guard's office." As he spoke, he cautiously observed Yuanyue's expression. There's no need to mention these 2 places. Are there any other reinforcements?" Yuanyue interrupted and said gloomily. Jiang Zhangbin felt a chill run down his spine. When he mentioned the governor's mansion and the city guard's mansion, he didn't say anything definite. His main intention was to test the waters, hoping to get a rough idea. He didn't expect that Yuanyue would directly reject these 2 places. Doesn't that mean that the more Jiang Zhangbin thought about it, the colder his heart became? Wouldn't this matter pierce through the heavens? The combat power of our side is too weak. Yuanyue sighed helplessly and said lightly, "There is a huge disparity in the combat power of both sides. Coupled with the disadvantage of being passive, even if the only 3 nascent souled senior teachers in the second high school are all sent to you, plus Qin Fangyang and Sister Lan are lent to you, it's still not enough." Jiang Zhangbin broke out in a cold sweat and didn't dare to answer for a while. Such a lineup, such a manpower, such a configuration, it was still far from enough. What was the scale of the other side's combat power? He couldn't sleep and eat well just thinking about it. If we gather all the high-end forces of the governor's mansion, the city guards, the military, and the martial arts educational bureau, it's enough. But in these places, there are too many people who can't be trusted. Yuanyue said lightly, "Once we alert the enemy, we really have no chance." Jiang Zhangbin wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say or where to start. His heart was stuck in his throat, or it would jump out of his mouth in the next moment. The situation had become so serious. How could he deal with it? At least in his imagination, there was no backup plan. Will the summit send experts as reinforcements? Can the Dragon Blood team send a few people? Yuanyue mentioned the Dragon Blood team very clearly. It was obvious that she favored this force. It's not very likely that we can invite the Dragon Blood team as reinforcements. I made a report last time, but the higher-ups didn't approve it. Jiang Zhangbin's expression became more and more depressed. He Yuanyue pushed the wheelchair all the way to the floor-to-ceiling window and looked into the distance. After a long time, she said softly, "That day, Li Changjiang came to find me and told me something. The possible consequences of this matter are unknown, and it's hard to predict whether it's good or bad. I asked him to suppress it for the time being. Now that the situation is urgent, I've been weighing the pros and cons these past few days and planning for a long time. Until I called you over today." He Yuanyue let out a long sigh. Originally, I thought that if we could mobilize enough forces, we could directly cut off the Omno Alliance's highest leadership on our side and break the situation from top to bottom. But now it seems that at most, we'll just alert the enemy. Jiang Zhangbin gritted his teeth and said, "Teacher, please enlighten me." He Yuanyue looked into the distance and said indifferently, "My aura-gazing technique is said to be magical, but in reality, it's just a beginner's level. It took a long time to determine the Phoenix vein. As for the more detailed content, I didn't understand much, so it can be said that I didn't discover much. But that day, because of a reminder, I asked Sister Lan to bring me up to the sky to look down on the entire Phoenix City. I specifically scanned the governor's mansion and actually made an unexpected discovery." Governor's mansion. Jiang Zhangbin's body trembled. Then, with a calm face, he slowly walked to the front of the chair and sat down. After waiting for a long time, he finally got the worst answer, but his heart suddenly calmed down. The situation was already as bad as it could be. But at most, it could only be so. There was no way to make it worse. Then, next, he just had to do his best to face it. When he thought of this, Jiang Zhangbin didn't have the fear and uneasiness from before. The governor's mansion's atmosphere is strict. The layout is like the astral soul's continent's aura soaring to the sky. However, there is a trace of coldness hidden within. That is the aura of the Umno Alliance. It moves together with the aura of the governor's mansion, rising and falling. It has almost merged into one. He Yuanyue laughed bitterly. If it wasn't for someone's reminder and I just looked at it myself, even if I was blind, I most likely wouldn't have seen anything strange. I have to say, once the heart is fixed, it's hard to see anything strange. But from another perspective, I can see that something is wrong. Although it's just a trace of abnormality. Jiang Zhangbin took a deep breath. "Teacher, you can just tell me what you plan to do. I now fully understand the importance of this matter." He Yuanyue said lightly, "Understanding is one thing. How to do it is another. You must not be reckless. You are the main force of our side. If even you act rashly and ruin yourself, it's a small matter. But if you fail, it may cause a chain reaction and cause the entire Phoenix City to suffer a calamity. I'm afraid the people will be plunged into misery and suffering." Yes, this student understands. He Yuanyue finally made up her mind. Since she had made up her mind, she no longer hesitated and said, "On the day of the incident in Second High, you came to the school and were in Li Changjiang's principal's office. Do you remember who was sitting next to you?" Jiang Zhangbin was stunned. He opened his mouth and was about to speak when Yuanyue continued, "Sitting on your left was a tall and thin old man in a gray robe. His hair was white, and his broom-like eyebrows were quite eye-catching." Jiang Zhangbin exclaimed, "Teacher, are you talking about him? Lower your voice." He Yuanyue was a little dissatisfied. Is this the calmness of the director of Star Shield? Jiang Zhangbin nodded repeatedly. The sweat on his bald head had already formed a line. He only felt that his mouth was dry and sticky and his throat was dry. He murmured, "That is Shang Qingyun, the first butler of the governor's office, the sworn brother of Governor Wan Pingyuan." He was already a master at the peak of nascent soul 40 years ago. In our Phoenix City, even if he is not second to none, he is one of the top 3 candidates. As he spoke, the sweat on his face almost covered his eyes. He Yuanyue murmured, Shang Qingyun. Jiang Zhangbin took a deep breath, wiped his sweat, and continued, legend has it that the area around Phoenix City, Nanji City, and Antai City was almost all under the control of the Blackwater Wolves. When Wan Pingyuan just took office, the 3 cities joined forces to eliminate the Blackwater Wolves. The battle with the wolves that day was earth-shattering. Wan Pingyuan's family was attacked by the Blackwater Wolves. Seeing that the whole family was destroyed, Shang Qingyun stepped forward and saved the lives of Wan Pingyuan's family. After that, in the battle to annihilate the Blackwater Wolves bandits on the Infinite Plains, Shang Qingyun led the charge and marched through the continuous 9 mountains that the Blackwater Wolves bandits occupied with his sword alone, despite the order from the Green Cloud domain. In that battle, more than 7,000 members of the Blackwater bandits lost their lives under Shang Qingyun's sword, including 8 of the 13 leaders of the Blackwater bandits. In that battle, the Blackwater Wolves, who claimed to have more than 300,000 troops, were completely defeated. More than 100,000 Blackwater Wolves died on the spot. In the following 10 years, the prisons of the 3 cities were always full. This can be said to be the biggest incident in Phoenix City in the past 100 years. The more Jiang Zhangbin spoke, the more cold sweat on his face. After that, Wan Pingyuan repeatedly urged Shang Qingyun to stay and wanted him to join the city guard's mansion or the army. But Shang Qingyun said that he had no intention of fame and wealth and lived in seclusion in the mountains for many years. Today's situation was so-so. It was midnight. Please subscribe. Chapter 139. Jiang Zhangbin's expression was solemn. He was very familiar with the experiences of Shang Qingyun, this legendary expert. Later on, Wan Pingyuan and Shang Qingyun became sworn brothers. Shang Qingyun stayed at Wan Pingyuan's house and continued to immerse himself in cultivation, not bothering about worldly affairs. It was only in the recent 10 years that he seemed to have thought of something and took the initiative to ask Wan Pingyuan for the position of housekeeper. Although he is a housekeeper, the entire governor's office, including Wan Pingyuan, is extremely respectful towards Shang Qingyun. This is an almighty. Not only is he the pillar of Phoenix City, but he is also the greatest source of confidence in fighting against the Umno alliance in my heart. Jiang Zhangbin's voice was trembling. Teacher, what do you mean? He Yuanyue said lightly, if I'm not wrong. This Shang Qingyun, more than 90%, is a member of the Umno alliance. He had been waiting for this sentence. With Jiang Zhangbin's status, age, and experience, he was already mentally prepared when Yuanyue mentioned Shang Qingyun. But when he heard Yuanyue's final words, Jiang Zhangbin still felt as if a thunderbolt had suddenly sounded above his head. For a moment, his ears were buzzing, and the world was spinning. His body couldn't help but sway a few times, and he almost lost his footing. Yuanyue said lightly, furthermore, I even suspect that this Shang Qingyun is the most important person in the Umno alliance in Phoenix City, the highest leader. Jiang Zhangbin's eyes were dull and he didn't know what to do. He had always seen Shang Qingyun as his final trump card. In the end, only today did he know that it was a life-taking knife. What he took was the life of his own people. Yuanyue didn't say anything else and quietly lit a pot of tranquil heart incense. The light blue smoke rose in spirals, straight up until it was more than 20 centimeters high before it slowly dissipated in all directions. The office was instantly filled with a kind of quiet feeling. However, Jiang Zhangbin's heavy breathing still sounded like a bellows and didn't stop for a long time. After a long time, Jiang Zhangbin finally came back to his senses as if he had just woken up from a dream. While he was in a daze just now, he had already come up with 7 or 8 plans to get rid of Shang Qingyun. However, no matter how he thought about it, he still had no confidence. Not only did he not have confidence, but it was also very likely that his own people would be trapped and lose their lives for nothing. Shang Qingyun's strength, just what he had shown, was already the strongest in this area. Phoenix City's area, no one dared to say that they would win. What was more, if Shang Qingyun was really a spy of the Wizard Alliance, did he have any hidden strength? How strong was his real strength? Teacher, you really threw out an atomic bomb this time. Jiang Zhangbin stuttered. You, she said, no, is it the full strength? Is it 80%, 80%, or 50? All? At least it's not as simple as what you see, and the No Alliance's hidden strength in Phoenix City for the power of the Phoenix Vein. I think just the number of nascent soul experts that he can use is already more than you can imagine. Yuan's eyes were deep. I can already confirm that with Shang Qingyun's level, he shouldn't have appeared in a small place like Phoenix City. He must have been sent by the No Alliance specifically for the Wind Vein Soul Rush. Do you know how long Shang Qingyun has been in Phoenix City? Yuan asked. It's been more than 60 years. Jiang Zhangbin was sweating profusely and said with difficulty, to be precise, it should be 61 years and 11 months. That is to say, the No Alliance has been targeting the power of the Phoenix Vein for at least 61 years. Yuan's old throat let out a dry, mocking laugh. Purely based on time, I found out about it later than Shang Qingyun or the No Alliance. But we have been suppressing this matter for a full 40 years. Right now, Jiang Zhangbin only felt that he was dazzled, and the feeling of dizziness came one after another. Once this cover was uncovered, how many people would be unlucky? I only hate that I'm not Great General Dongfang. And Great General Dongfang has never come to Phoenix City before. If he came, with his attainments in qi divination, I'm afraid he would be able to see the problem with a single glance, and the officials at all levels would definitely not dare to forcefully suppress it. Although Phoenix City is a small place, it is still in human territory. This innate advantage is enough for us to take the initiative. Yuan sighed. The words of a lowly person carry little weight. The words of a lowly person carry little weight. Jiang Zhangbin was dumbstruck. Regarding the Phoenix Vein, he had represented the old principle and reported it to the higher-ups many times. However, it had never been taken seriously. The only time it had been effective was 10 years ago. Star Shield strongly appealed, the governor's office fully cooperated, and the Meng Corporation sent out a huge amount of money. Then, they invited a group of Qi Watchers who claimed to be authoritative. After those Qi Watchers finished reading, they only had one conclusion. Phoenix City did not have any Phoenix Vein or Dragon Vein. It was a small place with mediocre feng shui and luck. This made the Phoenix Vein even more powerless. But now, the Wizard Alliance had been making a lot of moves. They had gathered in Phoenix City to kill all the wolves. If the accusation against Shang Qingyun was true, then Phoenix City would have to face a huge problem this time. Jiang Zhangbin suddenly felt a chill. He remembered something. The governor's office fully cooperated. That time, it was Shang Qingyun who arranged it. Luck. Yuan said slowly. What is the battle between the No Alliance and the Astral Souls? It is luck. And now, the No Alliance has been alone in the sky for tens of thousands of years. The luck of the heavens has been exhausted. Otherwise, why would they come back? Is it just to kill all the humans in the Astral Souls? What they want is the luck of the heavens in the Astral Souls. To be fair, Phoenix City is indeed a small place. The Phoenix Vein is not a big source of luck. But after 43,000 years of accumulation, it is not to be underestimated. It is enough to be coveted by the Umno Alliance. What's more, the power of the Phoenix Vein will be the starting point for the Umno Alliance to dominate the astral souls. He Yuanhua said worriedly. If the Umno Alliance succeeds in destroying it and intercepting it, the power of the Phoenix Vein is taken away and injected into the luck of the mountains and rivers on the side of the Umno Alliance. At the very least, there will be a weak root of the Phoenix Vein there. Think about it carefully. You must not be careless about this. If you don't succeed in one strike, although it will alert the enemy and disrupt their deployment, the loss will be extremely heavy. Jiang Zhangbin, as the director of Star Shield, no matter what you encounter, you must first consider the goal. Then, you must consider the opponent's goal and the overall situation of the continent. Sift through the layers and then reverse the process. This is the true way of Star Shield. Pull one hair and the whole body will be affected. This saying is not made up by the ancients for fun. He Yuanhua advised in a serious tone. Teacher, I will remember. I know the pros and cons of this. Jiang Zhangbin's expression was extremely ugly. He said, even if I have to make a scene and act shamelessly, I must ask the Dragon Blood Squad to come over. Otherwise, the loss of manpower in Phoenix City is no longer a matter of how much we lose. We are completely powerless. All right. He Yuanhua said, when it comes to the final battle, I will ask Sister Lan to help you and increase your chances of winning. Thank you, teacher. It's fine. You can go now. He Yuanhua's expression was full of fatigue. Jiang Zhangbin's heart was extremely heavy, but he forced himself to suppress this matter for the time being. Hearing that He Yuanhua was asking him to leave, Jiang Zhangbin did not leave. Instead, he sat there with a constipated look. He was restless and his brows were tightly furrowed. He wanted to say something but stopped. He looked at He Yuanhua and said softly, this student has one more thing to say. I am afraid that you will be angry. He Yuanhua was stunned for a moment. Then, her eyes suddenly became stern. Jiang Zhangbin, have you really become bold after becoming an official? Jiang Zhangbin's face was pale. He begged, teacher, it is too tragic, too cruel. He Yuanhua closed her eyes and snorted. Jiang Zhangbin gathered all his courage and said, teacher, of course you are sincerely. For his good. But what you are doing is actually very selfish. He Yuanhua did not say a word. Even though we have separated for most of our lives, we are reunited. Since we are fated, why not give each other a chance? Jiang Zhangbin begged, don't tell me. You really want to leave with regrets. He Yuanhua finally opened her mouth. However, she still did not open her eyes. Her voice was slow and slow. Humans have a unique trait, and that is forgetting. All the bad things, all the sad things, all the happy things, all the happy things. In a person's long life, they won't exist for a long time. For example, an ordinary person who has never entered the path of cultivation only has a lifespan of about 70 to 80 years. After he goes to university, he will not remember the faces of his elementary school classmates who have been with him for many years. Not to mention the past that he has experienced together. There are too many grandparents who treat their grandchildren as treasures. However, if the grandson is 20 years old when they pass away, then when the grandson is 40 years old, if there is no photo as a memento, most of the grandchildren will have completely blurred out the face of the old man who has been so kind to them. The forgetting of humans is the reality of the power of the rules of time. Under the erosion of time, everything will fade and everything will be forgotten. Including love, family, and even one's own life, they are all within the scope of forgetting. He Yuanhua closed her eyes and said lightly. She seemed to be trying hard to convince Jiang Zhangbin, but it was more like she was trying hard to convince herself. But now, you have been separated for almost 100 years. Have you forgotten? Has he forgotten? Jiang Zhangbin asked, unwilling to give up. Chapter 140. Have you forgotten? Has he forgotten? He Yuanyue coughed violently. Jiang Zhangbin was shocked. He hurriedly went behind He Yuanyue and carefully helped her breathe. After a long time, He Yuanyue's breath calmed down. She murmured, he still has thousands of years to forget. If he breaks through to the cloud realm, he still has thousands of years to forget. And I have less than a year to forget. If I remind him now and make him remember me, the other me, I'll brand the other me into his memory. That's the cruelest thing for him. He Yuanyue closed her eyes and asked quietly, Zhangbin, no matter how painful and selfish I am, I have less than a year left. But how long do you want him to continue that pain? He is not a person who can stay here for long. Sooner or later, he will return to the Sun-Moon Pass. He just comes back to overcome the obsession in his heart. When I am gone, his hope will be shattered, and his obsession will not exist. What I can do is not to let his obsession turn into a dead knot after so many years of delusion. Even a dead knot that will last for thousands of years. Jiang Zhangbin. Do I have to use his thousands of years of pain and longing as a sacrifice, just so that I can have no regrets before I die? He Yuanyue said slowly, you don't let me die with regrets. Jiang Zhangbin left. When he came, he was stealthy and no one found him. When he left, he was even more silent. But when he sat in his car, he couldn't help but sigh deeply for a long time. He put his head on the steering wheel and stayed there quietly for a long time. He really felt mentally and physically exhausted. For himself, he was mentally and physically exhausted. For the old principal, he also felt mentally and physically exhausted. On the other side, after Jiang Zhangbin left, He Yuanyue called Sister Lan in. Jiang Zhangbin's words before he left made He Yuanyue's heart, which had been silent for a long time, almost break. Sister Lan had been in for half an hour, but He Yuanyue was still sitting there in a daze. She was skinny and her hair was white. Sister Lan, in your opinion, how much time do I have? After a long time, He Yuanyue calmed down and asked softly. Sister Lan hesitated for a moment and sighed softly. There's no harm in being straightforward. I have a rough estimate myself, but I want to know more about it. Sister Lan pondered for a moment and said, if there are no major changes, Miss, your body can still live for another year and 37 days. I can guarantee that it will be at least this number. He Yuanyue's eyes were fixed. She looked out of the window and muttered, Sister Lan, do you think there is really an afterlife for people? Sister Lan fell silent. If there is an afterlife. He Yuanyue heaved a long sigh. That would be great. Sister Lan was silent, not knowing what to say for a moment. Everyone said that there was a past life and an afterlife, but everyone knew that it was a lie. He Yuanyue faintly smiled and immediately suppressed all of her thoughts. She gently said, Sister Lan, I know that you found clues about the Feng Manor. You were just worried that I would waste more effort, so you didn't want to tell me. Sister Lan remained silent as usual. You discovered it a year ago, didn't you? That was the only time you left my side for more than 3 days. He Yuanyue slowly said, 1 year and 37 days. Sister Lan, do you have the heart to watch me slowly become paralyzed and die little by little? Until you die, you won't do anything. You'll just wait every day. Sister Lan's eyes flashed. You know, I've been holding on for the past few years. The only thing I can't let go of is the Feng Manor. He Yuanhua softly said, this is the last big thing in my life. If I can't complete it and die, I won't be able to die in peace. Sister Lan softly said, as for the Feng Manor's exact location, I really haven't found it. He Yuanhua slowly said, at least there are clues. Last time I went missing for 3 days, I went deep into all of the nearby mountains. Sister Lan faintly said, I didn't find any clues at all. Telling you is pointless. Impossible. He Yuanhua firmly said, since there is a phoenix vein, there must be a Feng Manor. I also think so. Sister Lan said, so, I suspect that the Feng Manor might be inside the city. He Yuanhua suddenly froze as if she had been struck by lightning. Inside the city. Not bad, not bad. He Yuanhua muttered to herself, I've always thought that the qi-gazing technique always says that the mountains and rivers are beautiful. There is a dragon palace and a Feng Manor. So, I've always been focused on the outside and neglected Phoenix City itself. But if the Feng Manor really is inside the city. He Yuanhua's eyes suddenly became sharp. Sister Lan, what do you want to say? Sister Lan pondered for a moment and hesitantly said, I suspect that the Feng Manor's location should have been noticed by someone a long time ago. It's just that it was covered up by a building. At the very least, there was some manipulation. He Yuanhua's eyes became sharp. Just tell me your suspicions. Sister Lan said, the Ning family and the Meng family are both suspects. Ning family. Meng family. What are their suspicions? What is their motive? The head of the Ning family, Ning Suifeng, should be almost 200 years old. According to my investigation, he has a few children who did not cultivate. They died of old age a long time ago. And the 19-year-old Ning Qingqing is Ning Suifeng's biological daughter. Sister Lan said, Ning Qingchang's talent is Astral Souls 97. He Yuanhua's face slowly became ugly. There is also Meng Corporation's Meng Tianyu. Sister Lan slowly said, if I remember correctly, Meng Tianyu is over 100 years old. He came to Phoenix City from Nanji City and fought with his bare hands. He established the Meng Corporation and became the richest person in Phoenix City. And his son, Meng Qintian. It is said that he became the disciple of an expert and is never by his side. He only appeared a few years ago and is said to be 33 years old. But I always feel that this child's age is not 33, but rather 83. Sister Lan slowly said. He Yuanhua's eyes became even darker. And that Meng Qinyu, this year is really only 18 years old. 9-5 astral souls. Sister Lan faintly said, if my suspicions are connected. Ning Suifeng said that he was an old cow eating young grass. He married Ning Qingchang's mother and gave birth to Ning Qingcheng. Also, Meng Tianyu, who is over 100 years old, found a beautiful normal girl and gave birth to Meng Qinyu. If you look carefully, there are very strange things in the bones. Of course, it can be said that a successful man likes young women to make himself look good, but if the Phoenix bloodline is also included, then it is a different matter. No matter if it is Ning Qingqing or Meng Qinyu, they are both excellent candidates for the Phoenix bloodline. Also, this talent is really too good. Phoenix City has produced so many female geniuses over the years, but how many can reach this level of talent? But if the two girls' physiques are classified as Feng Manor or Phoenix bloodline, then it can be explained. Also, in terms of age and time, it can all match. Like this, there is a motive. He Yuanhua's face was gloomy, and said, but there is only one Feng Manor. Between these two families, one must be innocent, right? Not necessarily. Sister Lan shook her head. He Yuanhua pondered. Sister Lan did not say anything else. In so many years, this is the first time you have spoken so much. He Yuanue sighed softly. And this time, you have said so much. I know what you are thinking. Do you want me to give up? He Yuanue said. Yes, between these two families and the Umno alliance, it seems that there is no connection between them. If they are purely for the Phoenix bloodline, as long as they have nothing to do with the Umno alliance and did not collude, then it is fine. But Ning Qingcheng and Meng Qinyu, in a sense, are both your disciples. The Phoenix bloodline spirit, whether it is spiritual sense, Meng Qinyu, or Ning Qingcheng. Actually, as long as any one of them succeeds, it will still be the victory of the astral soul's continent. Sister Lan said, I know you favor spiritual sense the most, but the current situation is too dangerous. If we place all our bets on spiritual sense, we may lose out. Meng Qinyu and Ning Qingcheng's fate is also protected by the fate of the astral soul's continent. I also favor spiritual sense very much. Sister Lan said, I also like this girl the most. But we all understand that the Phoenix bloodline spirit is related to the fate of the heavens. We must not let our emotions affect our decisions and force ourselves to do it. In reality, no matter which of these three girls succeeds, we can rest assured. As long as the Umno alliance does not take it away, we will win. Perhaps the Meng family and the Ning family have their own goals, but as long as they do not collude with the Umno alliance, I feel that under the premise, we can accept it. After all, 3 is safer than 1. We are doing this for the safety of the continent, not for the safety of one girl. After Sister Lan said this, she closed her mouth and did not say anything else. She knew that everything had been said very clearly. The rest was up to He Yuanue to decide. And no matter what He Yuanue chose, Sister Lan would support her unconditionally. I can't be sure whether the two families have anything to do with the Umno alliance. This is also very important. The tiredness in He Yuanue's eyes became even more obvious. Sister Lan stood there quietly. There are a few things that I need you to help me confirm as soon as possible. He Yuanue's voice was cold and emotionless. Young miss, please speak. The first thing is whether the Meng family, the Ning family, and the Umno alliance have anything to do with each other. The second thing is which of the two families is the Feng Manor located in. The third thing is Meng Qinyu and Ning Qingcheng's birth characters. Their real birth characters are very important and must be obtained as soon as possible. The fourth thing is the whereabouts of Meng Qinyu and Ning Qingcheng's birth mother. The fifth thing is I want to see Mu Yanyan. The sixth thing is I want to see Sua Xiao Duo. The seventh thing. Blind Hong of Phoenix City, I want to see him. The eighth thing is after checking all of these, I want to see Ning Suifeng and Meng Tianyu. The ninth thing is there will be heavy rain tonight. After a long drought, the heaven and earth will converge and the yin and yang will converge. After midnight, the rain will stop and the wind will stop. The sky will be clear. Take me to Phoenix turning around again. I want to see the situation of Phoenix City again. By the way, let Sua Xiao Duo go tonight. The 10th thing. Meng family and Ning family, in that period of time, from 20 years ago to 15 years ago, how many children were born in total? How many were the direct descendants of the family head? How many wives did Ning Suifeng and Meng Tianyu marry during this period of time? How did they deal with them? There were more in the afternoon. Chapter 141. All right. 10 things, I'll remember them. He Yuanue panted tiredly and said, Give me some dragon soul liquid and some heavenly origin root. I need to refresh myself for these 2 months. Sister Lan said, You can only take the heavenly origin root one last time. After taking it this time, your lifespan will be reduced by 2 months. Damaging the heavenly origin root and breaking the foundation, overdrafting the life source to fill the body in advance. You will have less than 11 months left of your 1 year and 37 days lifespan. No worries. Yu's withered eyes suddenly flashed with a ghastly light. The big thing that I've been looking for in my life is right in front of me. And what you said just now, maybe I've been deceived or even used in reverse. No matter what, I must get to the bottom of this matter. I will persevere until this road is paved before I leave. Yuanua panted heavily. Prepare the soul dream grass for me. Yuanua's last sentence made Sister Lan's body tremble violently. On the other side, Zhou Xiaoduo and the others were resting. The 6 of them were all injured, and their injuries were quite serious. How many contribution points is considered a lot? I quit. The most important thing now is to heal. Only with a good body can we get more contribution points. Zhou Xiaoduo made the final decision. Immediately after, he let out a long whistle, intending to summon the whole class to gather. At this time, there was an unrivaled enemy lurking nearby. The situation could be said to have reached the point of life and death. It was extremely bad. If they forced themselves to continue the training, the consequences were really unpredictable. Maybe if something went wrong, they would lose their lives. The wind whistled in the sky, and Qin Fangyang suddenly landed. When he saw the situation, his face changed greatly. What's going on? It's Muyun Peak. After Li Chenglong explained the whole matter in a few words, Qin Fangyang was so angry that his stomach almost exploded. There was also a burst of lingering fear. In today's training, strictly speaking, there was no attempt to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Everything happened naturally. Even the unexpected arrival of Shen Tianan's team was actually within their expectations. It was just that they had come here on their own accord, and were only walking down the path of death. Strictly speaking, the time it took for him to rush over to help was not long. It was less than 10 minutes in total. However, it was in this short period of time that problems appeared one after another. What made him the most depressed was that when he heard that Shen Tainan, who shouldn't be participating in the practical training, had actually come, he rushed over to help, causing Luo Laosher, who didn't know what was going on, to follow him. Of course, as Zhou Xiaoduo still had Lu Jianqing and 10 other people in charge. Considering the level of the martial arts master students, it was more than enough. However, who would have thought that the arrival of the 3 young masters of Fengqing from No. 1 high school would cause the situation to change again? Fortunately, Zhou Xiaoduo's physiognomy skills are still very good. It was a close call but no danger. Qin Fangyang muttered to himself. This was the feeling of being lucky in the midst of misfortune. At this moment, Lu Jianqing and the others were also embarrassed. Before Qin Fangyang arrived, he had already told his 10 buddies that they must keep an eye on Zhou Xiaoduo's team. As for the others, even if the sky falls down, you don't need to care. However, right under his nose, not only were the 6 of them injured, they were even close to losing their lives. Not long after, groups of No. 19 practical training students gathered here one after another. Lu Jianqing and the others who went out to chase after Mu Yunfeng also came back empty-handed. It was obvious that they didn't manage to catch up with him. They were all very upset and angry. In the dense grass, Mu Yunfeng, who was stealthily held his breath, carefully and quickly moving his body. His whole body moved at high speed in the dense grass without making any noise, only the roots of the grass swayed slightly. This was obviously a skill that he had honed after fleeing for a long time. Yes, it was a long time of fleeing. Mu Yunfeng had been hiding in this patch of grass for a few days. Ever since he was exposed, he was expelled from Phoenix City. Yes, he was expelled, expelled by the people of the UMNO Alliance. It's no longer suitable for you to stay here. Find a place to hide and don't come back. Only this sentence, nothing else was given, and there was no follow-up. Mu Yunfeng could only leave on his own. If he didn't leave, not only would Phoenix City search for him, even the UMNO Alliance wouldn't let him go. He had originally planned to go to Entai City. However, he had encountered more than a dozen dangers in the process of leaving the city. He had almost been caught a few times. After he had finally left the city with great difficulty, he had turned around to look at Phoenix City. He had felt uncomfortable and unusually angry. I was hiding here, how did something happen all of a sudden? As a teacher of No. 2 High School, he was naturally very familiar with the training area of No. 2 High School. In fact, he had brought students out for training many times, so hiding in this area and even living for a period of time was nothing to him. If he really left like this, Mu Yunfeng felt very angry, and he had to think of a way to vent his anger. Anyway, this was the training area of No. 2 High School. As long as he waited patiently, he would definitely meet the students or teachers of No. 2 High School, and find a chance to kill a bunch of them before leaving. I, Mu Yunfeng, am also a person with dignity. If he left without taking revenge, he would feel uneasy. He had been hiding for a few days, and during this period, he had assassinated 2 students of No. 2 High School, but he had shifted the blame to the ferocious beasts, perfectly hiding his own existence. Regarding this, Mu Yunfeng felt that the anger in his heart was almost vented. He originally planned to leave in these 2 days, but he didn't expect that. Today, he actually saw Qin Fangyang bring the students of the martial arts master class to train. Mu Yunfeng was very clear about Qin Fangyang's strength, he was definitely not his opponent. He was only at the early stage of the inner core realm, and Qin Fangyang was a nascent soul expert. Not to mention, Qin Fangyang was accompanied by the infamous Luo Lai among the teachers of No. 2 High School. Although Luo Lai's cultivation was slightly weaker than Qin Fangyang's, it wasn't by much. Even if he took a step back, he was still much stronger than Mu Yunfeng. Facing such a strong person, he naturally didn't plan to do anything. Even if the thorn in his side, Zhuo Duo, who he wanted to kill the most, was in that group of students, compared to venting his anger, his own life was more important. When he quietly retreated, he unexpectedly met Ting Hao and the other 2 students of No. 1 High School. Ting Hao and the other 3 young masters of Phoenix City were able to reach the innate realm at such a young age. Not only were they outstanding in No. 1 High School, but they were also well known in Phoenix City. Mu Yunfeng naturally knew the 3 of them. Mu Yunfeng rolled his eyes and a plan came to his mind. He could use a large sum of money to encourage these 3 hotheads to deal with Zhuo Duo. The 3 of them would make a move first and test the waters. If Qin Fangyang didn't come out, he would take the opportunity to kill Zhuo Duo and his group. After that, he would have enough time to escape. This is my last job in Phoenix City. Especially now that this Zhuo Duo is not only my enemy, but also the target of the UMNO Alliance. Killing him will be a great contribution. Even if I have to take a little risk, it will be worth it. Seeing that Ting Hao and the other 2 were going to cause trouble for Zhuo Duo, Qin Fangyang really didn't make a move. When Ting Hao and the other 2 were defeated, Mu Yunfeng thought that Zhuo Duo and his group would definitely relax. Just when he was about to make a move, he was scared back by Zhuo Duo shouting, "Teacher Qin," to the sky. However, Qin Fangyang also didn't make a move. Li Chenglong's superfluous words made Mu Yunfeng, who was familiar with Qin Fangyang's character, no longer hesitate and make a move to kill him. Unfortunately, he was still a moment too late. Zhuo Duo and his group escaped and attracted the pursuit of Lu Jianxing and his group. Fortunately, Mu Yunfeng had already planned his escape route. Relying on his familiarity with the surrounding terrain, he finally got rid of Lu Jianxing and his group's pursuit. Mu Yunfeng couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. So be it. Whatever, retreat. This place was getting more and more dangerous. Especially when he showed his face today and was almost caught. He reckoned that a large number of search and capture teams would arrive this afternoon. Mu Yunfeng carefully stuck to the bottom of the grass and slithered quickly like a snake. Suddenly, he felt that something was wrong. Why was it suddenly so cold? Mu Yunfeng looked on helplessly as the grass near him rapidly withered and was quickly covered with a layer of white frost. Even with his cultivation, he actually felt that the cold was unbearable. He quietly raised his head and saw that about a few meters in front of him, there was a white figure standing there with a short sword in her hand. Her face was covered with frost and full of killing intent. Who is it? Mu Yunfeng didn't have the time to consider the problem of exposing his whereabouts. He wanted to jump up. Unfortunately, in the next moment, the short sword had already fallen down with a biting cold light. Swoosh! That short sword directly nailed Mu Yunfeng's waist. It pierced through his muscles, bones, and internal organs, nailing his entire body to the ground. Mu Yunfeng did not even have time to let out a scream before a slender, jade-like hand resolutely descended, slapping his head. With a pop, his entire head immediately turned into a block of ice. Following a cracking sound, it was completely twisted off. All that was left was a headless corpse that was still convulsing for the last time. Cui Xiaoyan waved her hand, and Mu Yunfeng's frozen head entered her ring. However, the frost on her face did not dissipate. Daring to injure my family's dog, you deserve 10,000 deaths. Senior sister, this cultivation technique of yours is becoming more and more powerful. At her side, Meng Qinyu's face was filled with envy. What kind of cultivation technique is this? Why did master not teach me? Cui Xiaoyan turned her head and coldly looked at Meng Qinyu. Her gaze was as sharp as a knife. Meng Qinyu panicked and stammered, Senior sister. Slap. Cui Xiaoyan fiercely slapped Meng Qinyu's face. Her pretty eyes were filled with killing intent. Meng Qinyu's delicate, white face immediately swelled up. Retreating a couple steps, her eyes glistened with tears. Senior sister, you. Why did you hit me? Cui Xiaoyan's expression was cold. Master ordered you to protect Xiao Duo. Is this true? Yes. But the assassin went behind you. At that time, you clearly noticed, but you pretended not to see. Why?